And sorry about this. Do you hear that little beeping there? I want to make sure that. Okay. All right, so we are recording. All right. So I'm a yoga therapist, and I am not a physical therapist. All right. And I want to point that out to you because they do have pelvic floor physical therapists. Okay. In France, everybody who gives birth automatically gets assigned to one and gets like 15 sessions after the birth because they understand how challenging that can be, for example, on the pelvis, right? So some of you guys may need to consult with a pelvic health physical therapist at some point in your life. Some are better than others, but this work should be able to take you pretty far, okay? And then I sometimes offer pelvic health series, you know, like a 6-week series or an 8-week series or something. So if you guys have any interest in that, just let me know and I can put you on the list for when we do it to let you know. So again, take care of your needs. Stay at the end if you have any questions, okay? So usually when we get done with this, I really try to be on time, but we got started a little bit later. So I don't know if you guys are okay with going a little bit over to make up for the time, but I really try to end at the end of the 5 hours. So if you, at the very end, have questions afterwards, I'll stay as long as you have questions. And you also own me now in the sense that for as long as it goes on, if you have any questions about anything that you learned or something, you can always contact me and I am happy to, you know, assist or answer any questions. Let's see if that's all the interest stuff. All right, and I left my little QR card out there. So if you need to scan that before you leave, you can. All right. So to begin with, a lot of times people get told that they have an unstable pelvis by a doctor or a nurse practitioner or something. And I want to start off by saying that we need to get that out of our vocabulary. Your pelvis is stable and strong. Sometimes it's sensitive and protective, okay? So just keep that in mind. Your pelvis is stable and strong. Sometimes it's sensitive and protective. And we need to always remember that. Now, is there anybody in here who needs continuing education units for Yoga Alliance? Nope. Okay. Just wanted to double check on that. Now, Soma Yoga methodology. What we do in terms of how we move our bodies in this class and whatnot can be different than a lot of other practices. So I want to explain it now. Less is more with this practice. And the thing that I see happen most, especially with new people, is that they keep constantly moving too fast and they're completely unaware of it. And I also see them trying to do more and more, like pushing their bodies as far as they can in this practice. Less is more, slower is better, okay? So if you think about it, it's like pretty easy to do something like that with our arms, right? But to do that controlled and slow is much harder. You know, so I didn't do it with this arm because I have a little hiccup in my shoulder, so I can punch out. But doing that slow movement, I'll really feel it, okay? So we want to work with that slow movement, okay? We want to eliminate that notion, no pain, no gain, because that's just not true. In this practice, we do not want to move into pain, all right? We want to come up to the edge, find that edge, and back away from it. And I say that because I don't know what's going on in your bodies. If your doctor has told you not to do something, don't do it because I'm instructing it, okay? Follow your doctor's orders. If something is hurting, don't do it. Or come up to the edge, or like I said, visualize yourself doing it. Okay, hopefully nothing will be painful. The exception to that might be like my shoulder, where there's always pain a little bit, no matter what. But I know that it's not, I know it's just like a little yelling thing. There's nothing really wrong. So I'm constantly moving through that pain to keep it mobile. So that's okay if you know that's going on in your body. But there are times when I've had people afterwards go, oh yeah, that one thing really hurt. Well, so how'd you do it? I know. So really seriously come up to that very edge where you feel something. In this practice, we also want to really try to tune into our bodies. And a lot of times in typical yoga classes, they're telling people to push their bodies and strain their bodies out as much as they can and stretch them out. That's not what we're wanting here. We're wanting to find our true range of motion in our bodies, okay? So we want to play with that. So keeping in mind that less can be more with this practice. One of my students says, I've never worked so hard to do so little, because when you take it down, it really does become harder. So I have out on the table these little aftercare sheets, and you might want to take one with you. I would bet money that quite a few of you are going to be surprised to find yourself really sore from this practice tomorrow or the next day. And that's called delayed onset muscle soreness. But really, we're going to be getting in with muscles that you're not usually working with very often, okay? So even though it seems small, seems subtle, it really happens. I did a private class with two of my friends who were very experienced yoga teachers one time to go over some of this, and they were laughing when I'm telling them they might hurt afterwards. And they contacted me the next day going, oh my God, I didn't know. So it's not like a bad hurt. It's that, that like shoveling with the spring, you've been doing it a while and your muscles ache. But also, please keep in mind that our body stores everything that's happened to us, both physically and emotionally. Okay, so you might find that you're overcome with giggles at one point in time and you don't know why. As the inappropriate laughter in every single group, it's okay if you burst into laughter and don't know why. Okay, I was teaching a class, my last class before I came here, and we were doing some eye yoga, and then I had a vision of everybody with their eyes open, rolling them around, and I just got the giggles, like so badly. So I'm telling you that when we do this work, emotions come up. And sometimes, one time, I burst into tears and was crying and it felt perfectly normal, like I had no idea why, okay? So you may find that suddenly you might feel sad, or you may find that when you're done with this practice, you might be really angry and you don't know why you're angry or something. All those things are okay. You just need to just let it go. Your body is actually moving it out. It's actually taking care of you. It's actually healing you, and it's all good and part of the process. I always get really paranoid at this point in time. Nope, I am recording, but I'm not. This is not Zoom I'm recording on. It's Google Meet, so it doesn't look the same. So the other thing is keeping in mind then that how our bodies store our memories. Everything we do is a choice in this practice, all right? So I try to use invitational language. I try to give you options in what we're doing, okay? As many as I can. If you can't access something in your body and you're wondering if there's a different way that I could adapt it for you, feel free to ask. But also, if something just feels Google Meet always asks if I'm trying to record alone, if I'm still here, if I want to keep recording, if nobody else is on. Okay. others. Let me see. Oh, right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So there can be another option I can find for you. Or if something just makes you feel really squirrely and uncomfortable and you don't want to do it, don't do it. Just give yourself permission. Like, for whatever reason you don't want to do it, then you don't need to. You can listen to me. You can think about something else. You can also just visualize doing it. So maybe down the road you might want to try it, you know? So just figure out how that would work for you. And remembering again that you can also just feel free to sit and watch too at some point in time if it's uncomfortable, or if you just can't do that particular piece, feel free to watch so that your body's still learning it and still taking it in. This is kind of it's neurological re-education at its finest. It's really brain-body work, and you're re-educating your brain. So let's see. One more thing is eyes closed versus eyes open. In this practice, when you're on the ground, if you can, close your eyes. If that is not comfortable for you, then I would encourage you to have your eyes slit softly. Because if your eyes are open, you're going to be noticing how the lights in the ceiling are lined up, possibly, or where the light's shining in now or something. If you close your eyes, you're more likely to be able to focus in the body better. And that's what we want you to be able to do. So that would be the last encouragement. So again, your pelvis is stable and strong, but sometimes it's just sensitive and protective. Okay. So with that, we are going to start our Soma Yoga practice. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we start, or are you okay to go? Okay. I'm going to do a very quick demonstration for you so that you kind of know what's happening for the couple of very basic moves, okay? So, oh my goodness, why does it keep? It's okay. All right, so a lot of times I'll be asking you to come back up into easy resting pose. The first time I bring you into easy resting pose, I will cue it very detailed. But after that, I will probably not cue it in such detail at all. So you'll just kind of have to remember it. But here, my feet are hip width apart. My knees aren't dropping out. They're not falling in together. The weight is evenly distributed between the heels and the balls of the feet. And when I say make yourself feel spacious in the back of the pelvis, this is what I'm talking about. It's kind of coming up maybe and wiggling a bit so you can come down and feel more soft on the ground. And you can do that whenever you want to in your body, okay? Two of the key pieces that we do constantly, off and on in between, are arches and flattens, and then a mini arch and curl. So an arch and a flatten, the cueing will be to roll the pelvis forward as if you're drawing the tailbone and the sit bones down towards the floor. So that's rolling the pelvis forward like that, in that direction. And I want you to see, there's my hand. So there's an arch, like my belly button's being pulled up. We release it, trying to let the muscles relax on their own. And then we go into the flatten. And that's when our bum rolls in the opposite direction. So it kind of rolls off the ground like we're trying to pull that tailbone between our legs. And my spine is flat here on the ground. Arch, flatten. Your hands can be down at your sides, on your belly, it doesn't matter. All right. And I want to show you that along with, oh, and this is the mini arch and curl. So when you go into the arch, these shoulders come down towards the ground behind. And when you flatten, that flattening of the spine, the shoulders float up towards the sky. So that's me doing it fast, and that's me doing it at my maximum so that you could see what it looks like. None of that is what my body would want, okay? I'm going to lay my arms overhead so that you can see me better as I move, but this is not a comfortable position to do it again. Usually my hands are here or long. Okay? So when I go into an arch, and when I ask my body where it needs to go, over there. Let me do that again. There was a little pot I adjusted my back there. So that's where my arch wants to go today. And it's smaller than what I was forcing it to do before when you were watching. And I don't know if you noticed how slowly that went. Now I'm going to release. And then I'm going to flatten. So I'm slowly rolling my palm up off the ground. Feel my spine come in more contact. And that's my limit. Now if I was going to add in that mini arch and curl, my shoulders would come up about right there. Releasing and coming back into an arch. And releasing. Do you see the difference between the fast and that slow stuff that was more subtle? Yeah, that's what we're trying to access, okay? Now, I thought about this back and forth. I do not usually make adjustments or mess with people in class because I want them to just find it in their own bodies. To be honest, I rarely stare at my students because I hate feeling like somebody's watching me, so I automatically default to not trying to stare at everybody. But what I do notice over and over is that at least 1/3 of the class, when they haven't worked with me before, are all going way, way too fast. They look like little energized jackrabbits, you know, like those bunnies. They just, and I also notice that usually those people are moving their bodies too far. Like they're trying to still make it go too far, okay? And I'm not sure. I don't like to correct it because I don't want people to feel bad that they're not feeling it in their bodies. And I also have corrected it in the past, and as soon as I help them find it in their bodies, they go right back to being more fast, okay? So I'm saying this because if you hear me saying, some of you might want to check your speed and go a little slower, and you hear me reminding you of less is more, try to ask yourself, am I really working with my edge? Okay, am I pushing myself too far, or am I truly working with listening to my body? Right. So with that, if you all would, I'd love it if you'd lie down long on your mats. We can get started. Would you like a chair? Would you like a chair for yourself? All right. So if you would please just allow your legs out and check your thumbs if you haven't to make sure they're turned on. All right. Allowing your legs to be long if you're able to. And just at the beginning, we wouldn't use any bolsters under the knees because we just want to try to do a quick check-in. So allowing yourself to sense what's happening in the body just for a moment. Allowing your attention to be in the back of the head on the mat. Noticing how the head feels there. Noticing the neck. shoulders. You may notice that one shoulder might be lifted a little more off the ground than the other. Maybe you notice some tension in one, and the other one feels more relaxed. Notice the arms and how they're lying. Maybe your hands are open to the sky above. Maybe the palms are down on the floor. How is the back of the torso resting? And notice the pelvic bowl lying on the mat. The hips as the connecting point with the legs. The legs coming down to the feet. Noticing what you notice. Paying attention to what you pay attention to. And then making any little adjustments you need to be a little bit more comfortable than you are right now. And then if you can, take a little mental snapshot of this moment so that you can compare throughout the practice how your body's feeling and how your body's changing. So now if you prefer, now would be a time that you could prop up your knees, or you might want to have your feet on the mat if your legs aren't comfortable in this position. Do whatever you need to be a little more comfortable. And we're going to start breathing. Sometimes in this position, it's nice to use that blanket as a bolster under the knees too, to give yourself a little prop, but not have to work so hard at it. I'd like to see if you could just check in with your breath. It might be beneficial and serve you to have one hand on your belly and one hand on your chest. You might find that uncomfortable. I'd like to see if you can notice how your breath lands in the body. Do you notice the chest moving the most? Or do you notice the belly moving the most? Maybe the whole torso is moving like a canister. On the next inhalation, I would ask if you could to allow that belly to rise with the breath as high as it wants to go, and try to keep the chest as quiet as it can. You might find that you're unable to do this, and that's okay. But see if you can. So when you inhale, and inhaling and exhaling through the nostrils if you're able. Allow that belly to rise and fall. And then see if you can shift that. Able to see if you can allow the belly to be as quiet as possible and the chest to rise. All right. And you may wish to put your hands on that lowest part of the rib cage so the elbows come out from the sides. Maybe that would not feel comfortable for you. But I'd like to see now if you can really breathe and move that lower part of the rib cage nice and wide with the inhalation, and allow it to release and collapse with the exhalation. See if you can get movement in that rib cage. This is where the diaphragm is in the body. When we breathe wide this way, think about how an umbrella moves or how a jellyfish moves. It comes out to that wide point and then contracts back down. That's the movement we're wanting to find here. And from that movement, you might notice that as that rib cage goes wide, chest and the belly start to expand from that center point. A lot of people call belly breathing a diaphragmatic breath. This is what I consider a true diaphragmatic breath. Allowing that expansion of the belly and the chest to radiate from this point in the body. As you breathe, see if your body, if you can feel this to begin with, if you can feel the movement in your pelvic floor with the breath. Truly one of the main, most useful tools for switching anything in the pelvis is awareness. Learning to sense and feel what's happening in the body. Noticing what's going on in the pelvis. Most of you, there might be some exceptions, most of you will notice that as you inhale, you're going to feel movement throughout the torso, and you'll feel a bit of a bulging in the pelvic floor, like it's pressing out with the inhalation. And as you exhale, you'll feel that little bulging relax. A few of you may feel an opposite pattern of a bulge with the exhalation, release on the inhalation. If you find that in your body, that's reverse breathing. And many people can quickly and easily shift that pattern by paying attention to it. So if that's how you're breathing, see if you can maybe shift it by paying attention. And when you inhale, you'll also notice how the collarbones begin to float as well. You may even feel the movement all the way up in the top of the head and the soles of the feet. Expansion throughout, and then releasing. Then if you would please place one foot at a time on the mat with the knees in the air, an easy resting pose. We want to have our feet a hip width apart. The hips are where those bones, the legs join in to the pelvis. So the feet are hip width apart. The knees should not be dropping in towards each other nor dropping away from each other. As much as we can, we want to try to keep them upright. So if they're dropping away, the feet might need to be a little further apart. And if they're dropping together, you might want to move the feet closer. The weight should be evenly distributed on the heels and the balls of the feet. So make little adjustments. You might have to walk your feet in a little bit or walk them away. And then when you get in that position, this would be the time to maybe press through the foot, the feet, and float that bum up off the ground a little bit and come back down, rocking that pelvis a little bit back and forth. And so you can settle nice and gently on the back of the mat. When you get into this position, you might notice that it actually feels really relaxing on the lower back. For some people, for many people who have tight back, they can be in this position for 10 minutes and just release a day's worth of tension just in this pose alone. But this pose, while it's effortless, also takes some work. And you might notice there's like a flow of energy from the soles of the feet up through the legs and through the torso and out the top of the head and back. So in this position, I would invite you to begin those little gentle rolls of the pelvis. So we want to roll that pelvis forward like we're trying to take the sit bones down to the floor, like we're trying to touch the tailbone down, and the belly itself will float up to the sky like there's a string attached to that belly button. Lifting it up. You feel that little rainbow arch appear in the lower back, and at the top of it, take a bit of a pause, and then just allow those muscles to naturally relax and release. And then roll your bottom in the opposite direction, like you're trying to draw the tailbone between the legs towards the chest. And you'll notice that the spine presses down closer to the floor. And then allow those muscles to relax. And go back into your arch. I'm going to ask you to do this on your own. Everybody is going to go at a little bit of a different pace. I'm asking you to keep in mind that even moving just a quarter of an inch is doing the work. So listen to your body. Ask the body how far it can move. And meet it where it's asking to be. Even that small, small movement. Rolling in and out of the arch and the flatten. Can for a moment just check in and pay attention to how the muscles are connecting and moving in the body. And then let's add the shoulders into this practice. And notice how those muscles, how it feels different in the body once we add the shoulders. The next time you go into an arch, allow the backs of the shoulders to come down towards the mat behind. And when we let that release, as you flatten the back, allow the shoulders to float up towards the sky above. And release. Rolling back and forth between these 2 points. And allowing the body to grow quiet with this movement. And back into our easy resting pose. Maybe pressing through the feet again and just readjusting at the back of the pelvis. So we're going to begin a practice called the knee drops. As we do the knee drops, I'm going to go ahead and do them as well in case you need to take a peek. But when we do the knee drops, we're going to alternate between the left knee and the right knee. Again, the goal is not to go as far as you can. The goal is to work with the body to find out that right amount. I'm going to start with the right knee. Now, as we do this, we want to think about what's happening at the back of the left hip, the back of the left side of the pelvis. This is not a twist in the body. So you'll feel a little adjustment, but if you actually feel that pelvis start to lift up off the ground, that knee is dropping out too far. You want to mostly keep that pelvis feeling stable. All right. So starting with the right knee, just allow that right knee to drop out 2 or 3 inches, and that's it. And then bring it back upright. And repeat on the left side, just 2 or 3 inches. And come back up. Next time you come to the right side, allow it to grow. And you can go 10 inches this time, however far. Do this on your own, alternating between the left and the right leg. Not going into a twist, not letting the back of the opposite hip start lifting up. Slowly working down so that you find your maximum amount. Keeping in mind that you have to be able to lift it up without too much work as well. So as you're doing this, slowly, slowly, and mindfully, sole of your foot may lift off as you roll onto the edge of the foot, depending on your range of motion. You might notice that your leg feels shaky. You might also notice that there might be a place or two where it feels like the knee just drops through space. These are all those little areas we're trying to wake up in the body. Those muscles, the smaller muscles that we are not engaging as much as we could be. Might be some of those larger muscles reacting to being made to go so slowly. And you notice I'm not cueing breathing at this point in time. Most of the practice, the breath is not cued with the movement. That's because some of you will go slower, some of you go longer. Your breath is at different rates. Also see if you can notice the movement of those sit bones in your bum. You may notice that when that knee drops out, it feels more like that sit bone is moving internally towards the midline of the body. And as you lift that knee back up, it straightens up. Just noticing how that slow movement feels. All right. Let's bring both those knees back upright. Continue the resting pose. And then let's go ahead and allow that left leg to grow long, keeping that right knee up. When that left leg is wrong, please let those toes point up to the sky anyway, if you can. And we're going to go ahead and do another knee drop in the right leg. But this time, when you lift that knee back up, then you're going to allow it to drop in towards that left leg that's lying long. And once that knee is back upright, slide that left foot back up into easy resting pose. Allow that right leg to grow long. Left knee up. And allow that left knee to drop out away from the right leg. And again, when it comes back upright, allow it to drop internally towards that right leg. And bring it back upright. And then come back into easy resting pose. So this might be the first time your brain really rebels. I'm going to ask if you would please to go into an arch, but make it a fairly there arch, a very gentle arch in the body. Okay? And once you get into that position, allow the right foot to start lifting up off the floor so that the knee is dropping in towards the torso. And when you reach your limit, with that knee coming in towards the torso, pause for just a moment. And then simultaneously, let's begin to release the arch and that foot at the same time down towards the floor. So when we both touch down, relax the rest of those muscles. Let's glide that right foot long. And let's roll on the heel a little bit so that that right toe is pointing out towards the right edge of your mat. And keeping the heel on the ground, let's glide that foot back up until the right foot is even with the left foot, and then lift that knee back up into easy resting pose. Left leg. Let's go back into an arch. Lift that left foot off the ground so that left knee is coming back in towards the torso, just as far as is comfortable. Take that pause. Simultaneously release the back and the foot towards the floor. When they land, let the rest of the muscles relax. Let that left foot glide long. Roll that left leg towards the right edge of the mat as much as you can. Feels okay. Keeping the foot on the ground, glide that left side of the foot back up so that the left foot comes even with the right. And then lift that knee and come back into easy resting pose. And release your back by doing an arch and flatten just so you feel a little more comfortable. And let your legs grow long for just a moment. And this is where we come back in and do that check-in in our bodies again. See if you can sense any shifts or changes. So if you're able to, with these next instructions, I'm going to ask you to roll onto your right side. Now let me give you the instructions on how we're going to do it. But if there's something going on in your body and you need to reverse these instructions so that you're rolling onto your left, you feel free to do that, okay? But if you're able to roll onto your right side, I'm going to ask that you put your left foot on the floor in easy resting pose, right leg long. This is a slow sunrise roll over. Now taking that left knee, let that left knee drop out just 2 or 3 inches. Pressing through the sole of the left foot and pressing through that right heel. Really push down and through that left foot so that you're not actually rolling the body, but you're lifting that pelvis off the ground by pushing through the left foot, and let that move you to roll your whole body over onto its side. Trying to keep that pelvis stable, so just push through that left foot and that right heel and allow the body to go over and take a pause. And then come back up. With your hands pushing you up to a seated position. And then we're going to do 2 more little pieces before we take our break. So let's come to a stand. So we want to have our feet about hip width apart. We're going to inhale. And as we exhale, we want to ground through the right foot and gently lean and rock over into the right leg. Inhale, come back up. I'm not very good always with mirroring. Sorry about that. Exhaling out. Press and ground into that left foot. Notice how easy and gentle that is. Very breath. before we go on to the next piece, I just want to point out that everything that we just did in this practice is great for your pelvis. If that's all you did every day for the rest of your life, that would help your pelvis. When you're doing those arches and flattens, thinking about how you're moving everything there in the body, right? That's all connected up to the rest of the body. When we get into a little more in anatomy, you'll understand that movement. That little piece where you lifted the foot off the ground and had that knee drop in and come out, that was a gentle psoas release. And the psoas is intricately connected to the pelvic health as well as to our emotions. So we've done all of that. This little piece that we just did with the inhaling, exhaling, and pressing through the foot, that's fabulous for your SI joints. So if you have SI joint pain or challenges in those SI joints, this is something that you can just do to help yourself out in any way, at any time, right? Standing in line at the grocery store. Now, those arches and flattens that we just did, they can be done sitting up in a chair. So you're sitting at a desk working, you can do those little arches and flattens. You can go further because you can get those shoulders even moving more in the body when you're sitting up. I stand when I drive in the car. This is what I do to keep my body out of pain. It's just do those little arches and flattens and mini arches and curls. I'll even take my knees and move them back and forth as I'm sitting in the chair. So now you have a little piece for the SI joints. So I'm going to show you one more thing as we go to the bathroom. There's 2 bathrooms out there in the hallway. I would encourage you to try this before you, as you go out the room. I do this when I'm on road trips, okay? And I should have done this in the airport, but I forgot. Everybody thought I was looking crazy when I helped my friend move to Arizona. Because when I get out of the car, I have a lot of pain in my body from sitting for a long time. Pains right here in your hips, right? One of the easiest, nicest ways to relax and release and to open them back up is to walk backwards. And as silly as that is, one of the women in my pelvic health professionals group says that she actually walks 2 or 3 blocks with her dog backwards. She's like, my neighbors think I'm nuts. But when you do this, you are engaging all those muscles in a completely different way. And it really helps to relax and release the body. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Anybody needs to use the restroom, can. And then at some point in that break, try to walk back. All right. We're just going to have fun. And I'll just talk for a little bit about what we've been doing. Oh, so a little bit more about my background. I don't think I mentioned. The back in a past life of mine, I used to be a midwife. And I'm a retired midwife because I really got sick of missing my children's birthdays and almost missing my grandpa's death and all this stuff with people not wanting to then pay me for their fabulous experience. So I quit. I was also, honestly, I was kind of like a heroin addict. Like I was addicted to the adrenaline, and that really wasn't very healthy either. But my passion for midwifery carries over into this pelvic health work. So Soma Yoga is ideal for it, but I'm also a member of a group called the Pelvic Health Professionals. I've been like a member of it for 3 years, and we have PTs and physician's assistants and yoga teachers and yoga therapists. We have like all these different types of people that are in this group who, for whatever reason, have a driving interest and passion for the pelvic floor. And in that group, I actually feel very blessed that they have access to some of the experts on these different areas. So that's just lovely for me. And so that's where, besides my background as a midwife and all that knowledge, and then all my knowledge as a yoga therapist with somatic movement, coupled with my pelvic health professionals and obsessive reading, that's where all of this knowledge comes from. Okay. So here we go. Okay, again, Your pelvis is stable and strong, but sometimes it's sensitive and protective. All right. This will be a time that you'll want to be propped up or sit in a chair because you're going to be talking for a while. So if you want to get comfy, go ahead. Truly noticing and sensing what is happening in the pelvis, developing that awareness is one of the best interventions for the pelvis, period. Just across the board. Once you can start noticing, once you can start paying attention, feeling what's going on, you're going to start having more insight and awareness into what's happening. Okay? Now, I'm going to be reading a lot of the stuff straight off the list because I do not ever want to forget any of these facts. And if I ramble, I will. But what we just did in our practice was that deep sensing and noticing and paying attention. And that is actually why somatic movement, the Soma Yoga, paired with that is so incredibly good for the body in general, but especially the pelvis. In my regular yoga class, I think all but one person has taken, I only teach one class right now. I mostly see private clients. I think one person hasn't taken my pelvic health class. Everybody else has. But the movement in the class, no matter what, even if they are not doing their own pieces at home for that, the rest of the practice helps support the body because we have all these layers of muscle wrapped in fascia that go throughout our body. And so, if there's any pagans in here, as above, so below. That's what happens in the body. What's going on up here affects what's happening down here. And so one of the things that I sometimes do with students who are new to this is we do a practice where we work with our feet by gliding the feet on the floor, which releases the neck. Okay. I have another one I do though, you hold the eyeballs in a position and that releases the neck too. So it's this whole thing of like what you're doing up here impacts what's going on down here. So we want to just keep that in mind. Okay, so the pelvic floor muscles truly need to be subtly strengthened. They don't need to have huge interventions or whatnot happening. The subtle work usually seems to be the best, but it can be very challenging to find. And so I want to also point out that I am not going to mince my words at different times throughout this practice. So I'll just be blunt. So here are some of the main myths of the pelvic floor. As we age, we will just automatically leak more for everybody. Having prolapse of the uterus, rectum, or bladder is just normal, or you'll just develop an enlarged prostate or bladder, or you'll have an automatically decreased sex drive, or you'll need to wear adult diapers, or you'll hear a myth that tighter is better. All of those things are wrong. Some of those things happen, but they don't have to happen. It's not inevitable as part of aging. So we want to try to start addressing some of this before we get to that point. So in the pelvis, first of all, I want to start off by pointing this out. A lot of times, it takes me a while to correct my language, and sometimes I default. A lot of times you'll hear cues or hear people say, put your hands on your hips. That's not your hips. Your hips are here. Your hips are where the leg bone inserts into the pelvis. That's your hips. So I try to say, just put your hands on top of your pelvis, like at the top of your pelvis, like this. Okay, so if I say to put your hands on your hips and I do this, I'm misspeaking because I'm having a brain fart. Okay, but this is where your hips truly are. Okay, so we want to get that little bit straightened. So in the actual pelvic floor, there are 3 layers of muscles that run through there. So there's not just one layer. And a couple of those are more isolated onto like the different regions of the pelvis. And what's important about that is that we may only have good control over 1 or 2 of those layers of muscles. Stay in the column. we may only have control over just one or two of those layers of muscles, or we may have, even on one side, more control than on the other side, so that we're having imbalance through the layers. And what we really want is we want more general control in all the layers, okay? Not just, we want to feel like we have control over all of those muscles, and we want them to be working a little better together, right? Because if you're weak in one part and harder in another, that's going to cause problems in the body. Now, the muscles in the pelvis help support our internal organs, okay? And the uterus itself helps support the organs up above, okay? It's all in there holding everything up, okay? Now, there are other muscles that go through here besides the main ones. There's all these muscles in the pelvic floor, and I'll send a diagram around for you to peek at a little bit later. But there's other core muscles that run through here. The psoas is one, and there's this group of muscles called the deep six, which are rotator muscles in the hips, okay? And then, that's a little tiny picture, but this is a male pelvis and a female pelvis, and when it comes around, I want you to notice that pretty much they're almost exactly the same, okay? But we have this group of muscles that come down and in through the body, down and through here, and that is the perineum, okay? So if you have given birth, sometimes people get an episiotomy, and that's where they cut into the perineum, okay? So that may have happened, or sometimes people tear into that muscle, and it can be quite traumatic on the body and on the pelvic floor, all right? But male pelvises and female pelvises have this group of muscles going through there, and it formed just this figure 8 that'll come up and around and down and around, back through that, all right? Now, there's a thing that's often referred to with pelvic health as the core 4, the 4 muscles that we pay most attention to for the working in the body for the pelvis, but we're going to talk more about that later. So a healthy pelvis needs to be able to contract, relax, and bear down, all right? So at different points in times, we might be really good at one thing and not at another. We might be really good at bearing down, but we're not very good at contracting. Or we might not be good at relaxing. The thing is, all of the practices that we're doing today, including what we started with, I always like to think, what would have happened if all of us would have had the opportunity to learn more about how to take care of the pelvis and work with the pelvis and work with that early in our lives? You know, like how great would we be as we aged if we constantly been able to attend to this? So two of the main issues, there's so many more, but two of the main issues are hypertonicity and hypotonicity. So hypertonicity is when muscles are too tight. Hypo is when they're too loose. And both of those things come into play in the pelvis all the time. So hypertonicity, if you have that, you might find that you have pain from clothing, or you might have burning or itching in the pelvic floor. You might not be able to relax the pelvis at all during sex. You might have hip and lower back pain from hypertonicity. You might have pain with sex. When you're at the OBGYN's office inserting tampons, you might have an urgency to urinate. You might have pain in the vulva or the tissues, or like in the tissues around the vagina from hypertonicity. And there can be leakage of urine with hypertonicity as well. Fact, 70% of urine leakage is connected to hypertonicity. So either most of your muscles have hypertonicity or part of your muscles have hypertonicity that causes it. 70%. 30% is usually from hypotonicity. So that's something to keep in mind. Breaking that myth of tighter's better. It's not with the pelvis. Okay. Hypotonicity is leaking or stress incontinence of. Oh, that door's still open. Okay. So hypotonicity is leaking or leaking of urine or stool from things like laughing or jumping, stuff like that. Okay, coughing, even running. Sometimes, come back to me. Sometimes a bad cough for a long time can cause hypotonicity. Just a bad cough, like you've had pneumonia or something, and it can weaken the muscles. Okay. Hypotonicity, prolapse, when people have prolapses. Those are usually associated with hypotonicity, that weakening of muscles. The lack of sensation during sex, not being able to feel, that's from weak muscles. Queefing, that's that air that gets into the vagina. People call them a vagina fart, you know, that comes out. That's from weaker muscles, the hypertonicity. And being unable to stop the flow of urine. Like if you start to pee and then you try to cut it off, if you can't do that, that's a sign of hypotonicity. It is not a good practice to do that, to try to strengthen the muscles, because you can get a urinary tract infection from doing it. But sometimes it is kind of a place to pay attention to at the beginning if you're trying to learn that. So things that can cause problems with tonicity in the body. How do you get this too toned or too loose of a pelvis? Well, not having enough physical fitness, like not walking, not riding bikes, not hiking, those types, just not having physical exercise can lead to hypertonicity. Can lead to problems with tonicity. But over fitness leads with problems with tonicity, long distance running, excessive athletics, working out improperly. Now's the time to share 2 birth stories. 2 of the most challenging births I've ever attended were by people who were in incredible physical shape. One of them was a dance instructor at the university, and her entire pregnancy, she did 200 curls every single day. And at her birth, she was so buff in her belly that her truly amazing doctor, because he used to be a backup of mine, he was one of the only natural childbirth doctors, he thought her baby was head down because she was that toned that it was hard to feel. The baby wasn't, the baby was breech, okay? And it was truly caused by her hypertonicity. Another problem with the person who gave birth was she was a big weightlifter. She had done, I don't even know what it's called, where you like competitions. She'd been weightlifting competitions and was great shape. She was so overly developed that she had a thing where the baby's head, when it came down, was crooked, and then we had to move mountains, make her walk like a duck, and all these, bring everything in these high to try to get that head back in shape. And that was due to the musculature of everything being too tight down there, okay? And it was more of a challenge. So there can be over fitness in the body, okay? Bad posture. Bad posture impacts it. Always think about your posture. Overweight impacts it because you have extra weight pressing on your pelvic floor. Take that back to also being pregnant and all that weight pushing on the pelvic floor. Constipation can cause problems with tonicity. Now, also, if you have a problem with tonicity, the reverse can happen. It can cause a series of either constipation and or some diarrhea, too loose of stools. Okay, so they can impact each other in both ways. Okay, the constipation can make it worse, and the musculature can cause the constipation. Ignoring problems with tonicity is the worst thing you can do. If you know you have a problem in the pelvis and you know it, it's going to make it worse. Anxiousness and stress make it worse. Now, there is also a high correlation between people who have been sexually abused and issues in the pelvis with tonicity. Okay, so we can also, in part, because we just carry that in our bodies. Okay, great thing is this type of a practice can also just help that vanish. I mean, I know that sounds silly, but the body can just let go of it without having to think about it. That's really great. But sexual abuse is extremely harmful for the pelvic health. Heavy lifting for people who lift weights. Heavy lifting is not great on the pelvic floor. There's so much to get into with that. One of the things that I try to teach in my regular class, I don't think we'll have time to really address it today, though, is we're learning to engage the transverse abdominis muscle and engage it gently like a little girdle deep in the body if you have to do deep lifting, heavy lifting, because it helps support the pelvis so that it doesn't carry the burden of that. Any surgery for bladder or bowel problems causes problems with tonicity. An enlarged prostate causes problems. Prostate cancer causes problems. Childbirth in general, just being pregnant is hard on the body, but going through an incredibly long labor with that, the longer the labor, the more stress on the pelvis. Cesarean sections, hard on the pelvis. Episiotomy, hard on the pelvis. And being forced to try to push that baby out as soon as you're dilated is awful on the pelvis. In Russia, they never have a woman do that. They have her wait for much longer and try to breathe against it and let the body do the work. And it's usually gentler on the pelvis to do that. So often women make it worse for themselves after birth by trying to do too strenuous of exercise to get back in shape while their pelvis isn't ready for it yet. And so that can make it worse. Sometimes it's even recommended to wait a year before truly strenuous exercise, like long distance running, happens again. Menopause, going through menopause is hard on the pelvis due to estrogen and lubrication issues. One thing I want to mention right now, because I don't want to forget later, estrogen. Around the urethra, there is this little donut, spongy tissue that helps it close and helps retain urine, okay? When you go through menopause and your estrogen levels drop naturally in the body, most people have enough estrogen to keep that from impacting their ability to hold their urine. Some people's estrogen level goes so low in the body that no matter what they do, they would have leakage because that little donut of tissue is no longer like spongy, like my lips. Not like that. It's just like, so it's not doing its job, right? In that case, there really is an easy fix for that, and it's estrogen suppositories. It does not affect the estrogen throughout the rest of your body, but it's a vaginal suppository. I think you put it in once a day, and it just absorbs down in that area, and it fixes that little leakage issue with that little ring for most people. So that's something to keep in mind if you know of anybody who has gone through menopause. Also, there are products, like in terms of lubrication, when people go through menopause, they're naturally drier in general. There's a website called Menopause Chicks where they sell this, it's the best quality vaginal lubricant that I am aware of, but it's very expensive. And this is not a lubricant for sex. This is just to keep your tissues feeling soft. And it has a thing in it called hyaluronic acid. You can take it as a vitamin, or the way the menopause chicks do it, it's compounded into like an oil that you insert it. But what that does is it actually helps keep the natural moisture in your body in that space more. It helps draw it there. They use it also for people who are aging with wrinkles as a facial creams, in part because it does a really good job of keeping the fluids in the tissues, all right? So those things can cause some problems. Now, endometriosis causes the tightening of the pelvic floor due to chronic pain. That used to be one of my big ones. Thank God I'd gone through menopause and less problems because of that. TMJ, one of my pelvic floor issues. TMJ causes pelvic floor issues. As above, so below. Remember I said that at the beginning. We're going to get into that a little bit more in a minute. Tight hip flexors, okay? That causes problems. Misalignment of the pelvis due to some type of physical trauma or to poor posture. Weak muscles. Sitting too long on a daily basis. The tilt of your pelvis. Muscular asymmetry. Chronic inflammation. Previous existing infections such as yeast infections and UTIs. And a big twist in the neck, spine, or foot can cause subtle changes in your pelvic floor, okay? The bowels are impacted a lot of times with constipation or a cycle of constipation and diarrhea. So if you have chronic problems with that, then you can probably well guess there might be something going on in your pelvis if you've tried to correct it through diet and the diet's not correcting it. Feeling you need to have several bowel movements in a short time, like you don't feel like you get it all done, or you have to go right back in and go again. That indicates a problem for yourself, or feeling you cannot complete a bowel movement. So when you're done, you feel like you still haven't completely gone. Quickly on those lines, it's kind of recommended. I can't remember the exact number. You can Google it, but it's recommended to not sit on the toilet very long. I'm very proud to say I've trained myself to go and do my business and be done with it. Usually I get out of bed and go sit on the toilet and then I'm good to go, okay? Like I really feel very fortunate for that, right? But it is not good for the pelvis to sit there for very long and strain. And I can't remember how long it is, but it's like maybe 3 minutes or something. And if nothing's happening, get up and go. And Google it because I don't remember the exact number, but it's really important because otherwise you're like almost like training the body that you have to do all of this extra work to get it out. And it's just better, like if you're not ready to go, then maybe not go and do something else and come back, okay? Urination. So a lot of times people frequently need to urinate. And so, and some people start to pee and get done and feel like they need to pee more and then pause and do. So like they're fully unable to empty the bladder. And some people have leaking without awareness, like they've had no idea that they've leaked any urine. And other people have painful urination. So other issues that are common with pelvic health problems are ongoing pain in the pelvic region, genitals or rectum with or without a bowel movement, pain during intercourse experienced by women, erectile dysfunction, lack of libido, and low back pain that cannot be explained by other causes. So remember, one side of the pelvis or one layer may be too tight and the other part may be too loose, okay? Now, and I go through this because I will tell you later as many of these things that I know that are going on in my body. I am one of these people, and not a lot of people are necessarily like this, but maybe there's one of you in the room. I have to pee from temperature change, okay? So like if I'm going to, one of the worst things to do technically is to do a preemptive pee. Like if you don't really have to pee, but you're like, oh, I should just go pee anyway, just in case. That's not good because you're like training your body to not hold your urine very well. You don't want to hold it terribly, but usually when you pee, you would like to be able to pee for around 20 seconds. That's a good pee, 20 or more seconds. So if you go in there and you're just peeing like 5 seconds worth, you didn't really need to go. So you're training your bladder wrong. But I do preemptive pees all the time because I am the person who's triggered by temperature change to pee. And there's nothing here that's going to help that I am aware of. We've talked about it in the pelvic health professionals group. One of the PTs, and actually a couple of people, think it has to do with a nerve that runs down through the leg and up through the pelvis, and it's just the nerve, and you're more sensitive. And so if that's the case, I truly, before I have to go out into the icy cold weather and scrape off my car and whatnot, I pee, because even if I don't have to go, usually going out in the freezing cold, I will have to go right away. But that's one thing that happens. So if at all possible, so if you've had a hysterectomy already, hopefully some of this will help you, but if at all possible, keep your uterus. Because if the uterus is removed, other organs start to drop. Scar tissue can start developing inside. I know a person who has a terrible issue with scar tissue filling her body and actually impacting. She used to be one of those, I don't know what you call it, those people who do the long distance running, but they run through the woods and scramble over trees and stuff. It's like mountain biking, like running through the woods. She can't really do that anymore because of all the scar tissue in her body from like a hysterectomy. Then they went in and they tried to scrape out the scar tissue and cause more scar tissue damage, right? So keeping that in mind. Also, having a hysterectomy can cause a lot of pain in the back, all right? So like having a hysterectomy, I would say unless you know you have to have it, like for cancer or something. If they say it's from fibroids, this is why you want to pay attention sooner. If you say it's from, you have fibroid issues, then the way to address it might be to look at diet or look at acupuncture or Chinese medicine or try some other modalities to see if you can take care of the problem before you just take out the uterus, right? So do what you can to keep your uterus because it's so important for the body's health. So ways to support your pelvis at all times. Remember we did what I said was that true diaphragmatic breathing, of breathing wide here in the rib cage. That's one great way just to support your pelvis naturally, to think about the breath. And if it's easier for you to start by trying to breathe into the belly, to try to learn how to do that, then belly breathe it first. Retroversion sitting, that's like, I think it's like sitting in the lazy boy, so that you're kind of coming backwards and you're giving your body a bit of a break. Thinking about your posture and adjusting your posture as needed, as I'm doing right now. Okay. So, if you ever are diagnosed with prolapse, and they have different stages of prolapse, I want to first start off by saying that many people have a little bit of prolapse and have no idea that they even have it. So it's not causing them any problems, and it's not a problem. Sometimes people hear they have like stage 1 prolapse and they freak out because they know of the bad stories of other people who have had it. You don't necessarily have to do it if it's not causing you a problem. Don't worry about it, but do work like this so that it doesn't get worse. Okay. But if you're having a prolapse issue, just want to push this fabulous herbal treatment for it. It's Solomon seal tincture or false Solomon seal tincture. They work the exact same way in the body. 3 drops 3 times a day. The person I mentioned to you, Andre, this person had really bad prolapse, uterine prolapse, and she started taking the Solomon seal tincture, 3 drops 3 times a day, and then she started doing this work, and within 2 weeks of taking the tincture and doing this work, she was not having push it back up in through her vagina. I mean, it was already staying up. Solomon seal tincture is this strange little magical herb that affects the tendons and the ligaments in the body, and it tightens what's too loose and it loosens what's too tight. So if you have other issues like that with tendons and ligaments in the body, Solomon seal is a good one to try. I had two dogs that got in a fight with the cougar and lived to tell about it, but we had to put one of them down afterwards. And the one that survived, she had an incredible injury in her leg, just got all stretched out in the fight type of a deal. So at that point, after that, anytime she'd go to chase a deer or something in the woods, it would take her forever to come back home. And we started giving her Solomon seal as a treatment for it. And when she came in, if we gave it to her within an hour or so, she could hop up and walk around. Not perfectly, but walk around. If we didn't give it to her like the first couple of times, she literally couldn't get off the ground for like 4 hours. It was so bad. And so I gave it to her regularly for a while, and it stopped slipping out when she'd take off. Granted, that could be natural healing. I stopped giving it to her though, and eventually it started to slip back out. So I started giving her the Solomon seal again, and it tightened. Can't make that up. It happened to a dog. So it's a really good one. Yep.
When you say prolapse, like what do you mean? Like, is it the pelvic floor coming out, or is it like your organs?
What happens is I've not had it happen.
Horrifying to me.
Okay. So basically,
it's not that horrible.
Okay.
I don't know what it is really.
Do
you say that you have to push it back in? Like I don't.
She
how
has.
it
It's kind of like her uterus and her cervix are coming down her vagina and starting to poke out.
So your
And so
cervix is kind of.
And can you explain it better?
Yeah, well, mine is sometimes it's just a little bit, sometimes it's a fairly large bulge. It's like you older guys when they sit down, they sit on the ball. Sometimes when I sit down, I can feel I'm sitting on it.
Sitting on what, like an organ?
Whatever the bulge is.
So it's basically like your cervix and your uterus and maybe part of your vagina. Like it's just there's no muscles holding it in, so it starts to slide back out. It's just your muscles aren't holding you up.
It's not like the uterus or the bladder is your vaginal wall.
Right.
It's pushing on your
But
vaginal
it's
wall.
pushing it. But it's pushing it down. Though I have known somebody who had their actual cervix coming out. Yeah.
It doesn't hurt.
Mhm.
I'm not in pain. And generally, I've had it for a very long time. I still won't go to the doctor because my mother had it. They went in and took out her uterus
Yep.
and gave her a swing.
Oh,
Well, we don't know where the swing is. She told us again. And all this happened during COVID, so she never went back to the doctor either. Which is reason for taking this class.
right.
But I have learned over the years how to, like I'll just kind of like do a tilt and kind of push down backwards, and I can set it all back in.
Okay.
And sometimes it comes out enough that it doesn't do it with the all the time. But it doesn't hurt. It's just that I have something hanging out of my vaginal area.
But
It's
some,
interesting. It's
Yeah.
different.
and sometimes like in the anus, you can have a rectal prolapse, and that's more of the rectal tissue coming out in there too. It's the same type of thing. But at least for the uterine prolapse, because a lot of that is impacted because I always get tendons and ligaments messed up in my brain. So let's see. Okay, so I believe it's tendons that you have that also help hold your uterus up, and they can also then get weak, and then you don't have that support, you know what I mean, or hysterectomies and whatnot. And so this work really helps to tone those muscles up. It's kind of unbelievable how well it works, because I've had many people report this to me. I had a woman who had incredible bad prolapse. So if you ever get told you have prolapse and you're freaking out and you can't find me, go to a pelvic floor PT before you let them do a hysterectomy. Because this one woman, the doctor didn't recommend that or anything. They're like, oh, we're just going to have to do a hysterectomy if you have prolapse. And they took it all out. They took her cervix out too, but she didn't find out till afterwards. There was no reason to take that out. There's probably no reason to do any of it. And she couldn't, she basically then couldn't feel anything. She couldn't use anything. I mean, it just nothing worked. And as I say, to do the subtle work and come up to your edge, honestly, sometimes doing the biggest, hardest thing that you can at first so that you can find it can be the way of like, okay, there it is. Now I can work with it subtly. So she and I worked, and she told me later, she goes, I went home, couldn't find it, squeezed as hard as I could, like 3 times, and then I could work on finding the muscles. And she developed tone, her orgasms improved, her experience of sex improved, everything got better. Her partner dubbed me the vagina coach when I was introduced. They went, oh, you're the vagina coach. Like that. Like it was noticeable to the partner as well. And this was all happened to her because of prolapse. And nobody gave her any alternatives other than ripping it out. And she was wealthy and had fabulous insurance. And in fact, her partner was the director of a hospital. So it's not like it was a public aid thing. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, this person had the best insurance. Okay. So I just want to say that if anything like that's happened to you, it's still not beyond hope you can fix some of this. Because
And mine, I was 50 pounds heavier than I am now. I was very overweight. I had 2 children that weighed over 9 pounds. And so those were things that contributed to it. I don't know how common it is, but that's where mine came from.
so that was great. Thank you so much for sharing. All right, so Solomon seal. Raspberry leaf tea use is old general thing that midwives use, but just for a healthy uterus and a healthy pelvis. And sipping on red raspberry leaf still does help with tonicity, and I don't know why I don't do it. I have a whole jar of it sitting in my cabinet. So every time I teach this, I'm like, I'm going to go home and start drinking red raspberry leaf tea again, and then I forget. So for any problems with the pelvis, and especially for males with prostate issues, if you're having problems from the pelvis for lifting very heavy things all the time, like you're loading trucks all the time or something, burdock tincture helps with that, like 3 drops 3 times a day for a while, but it's especially good for prostate issues that in people who lift heavy things, right? So those are just some 3 quick things to do. So my pelvis issues, I want to tell you so that you know that I don't have a perfect pelvis. Sometimes it's better than at other times. I have a form of asthma, which is a coughing variant. I have been known to cough so hard that I may vomit from it, okay? The joke is, oh, I'll never have my lungs closed down and stop breathing. I'll just throw up and pee all over you, you know? Like, I cough that hard. It's terrible. I have tears down my face, okay? So as we talked about before, that impacts the pelvis. Now, it was doing better for a long time. I actually just went on a steroid inhaler. But over last summer, because of the particulates in the air from the wildfires out west going into Wisconsin, we had really poor air quality. I'm allergic to life, dander. I have 2 dogs, which I shouldn't have, but I'm not getting rid of my dogs. I gave up alcohol rather than my dogs. I'm allergic to dust mites. So it's a continual thing that I have to tend to. But because it was so worse over the last year, my new thing is that when I was completely relaxed, lying back on the couch, I cough and fart. That's like brand new for me. That had never happened before. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, I got to then work on that muscle. So I started working on it. No big deal, because I know how to fix that. So I have to constantly tend to my pelvis because of my nonstop coughing issue. I have significant TMJ. It's improved with all this body work, but look in here, see how my teeth here, they're supposed to line up, and this is my body. My jaw is completely off. If you look at my shoulders, the shoulder's a little bit higher than this one. It used to be significant. I've straightened it up. This is never going to even out because all these muscles are tight and tense up here. And diagram quickly. So I've got all these tense muscles up in my neck on this side, but not on this side. And then as they come down into the shoulders, this is going to be a bad drawing, but it's a fast drawing. Okay, so really bad drawing. These are the traps up in the back. These are the psoas. Actually, that's a really bad depiction of the psoas. It should be more like this, coming in, connecting. But the psoas comes from here, over here, in through here, and it comes up connecting to the different vertebra up to T12, I believe, and the traps come down and they connect here, and then the diaphragm runs through here, okay? And that is particularly important because if you are super tight in here, this isn't going to move as well as it should. If you're super tight up in here, this isn't going to move as well. So your breath is going to be impacted and it's not going to bounce in your body. And as you breathe, that inhalation and exhalation massages all your internal organs. It helps with elimination. It makes you go to the bathroom more easily. And so all that tension becomes a problem for the pelvis. So my neck issue up here in my shoulder radiates down into my pelvis, period. I know it does, so I always have this little constant correcting, but there's never a point in my life where I don't have incredible tension here because of the weird shape of my muscles and my, you know what I mean, that thing. And that's just the way my body is shaped. But I have the awareness and the knowledge to pay attention to what's happening in the pelvis. Okay, so come walk in my private beach, my friend said, and I think it was 2018 in Haines. So I go walking on her beach and I don't have any walking sticks and I don't have great balance. And these rocks keep getting bigger and bigger. And I fell. And thank God I didn't smash my face. I caught my hands in front of my face, but I punched a hole in my IT band. I still had problems from it. My doctor actually started doing some weird treatment to fix it. But because of this whole injury, it impacted this hip. I already had a little problem going, getting up in here. But so that has impacted my pelvis as well. So I just have worked on fixing this issue to help with my pelvis. You've already heard about me going from hot to cold. Oh, so my pelvic floor always needs little tune-ups here and there because of my coughing, because of my asthma, because I slip and fall a lot, because I just don't pay attention and I have poor balance and I'm like, oh, look at that, boom. Which doesn't stop me, but you know that when you fall, you can do that. But I also have what they call hypervigilance in my pelvis due to trauma as a child, okay, sexual abuse. And across the board, people who've gone through that just have like a hypervigilance. And so things impact their pelvis more. And it doesn't hurt me to know that, but the fact that I have that awareness, it's kind of like, oh, okay, so this is why I have to constantly do tune-ups and help pay attention to what's going on in me. The other thing I want to show you, because this is a very important part of the story for later on. Okay, so here's me. I don't know if you can tell the difference. This will be my butt relaxed. And this is my butt doing dishes. I'm a tight ass. I squeeze my butt cheeks constantly. And this caused a big problem in my pelvis, which I'll tell you about later. And so part of it is like, once I figured it out, now I have this awareness that I'm always contracting my butt cheeks. Just, I'm always doing it, which now means that I'm always relaxing because I have that awareness. So when I check in with my body when I'm standing still for a long time because I'm always squeezing, and then I'm like, oh, let the butt cheeks go, let the pelvic floor go. I pay attention, and that has cured a lot of that issue just by noticing and paying attention and being able to voluntarily release a muscle can make a big, huge game changer. Okay, and once again, your pelvis is stable and strong. It's just sometimes sensitive and protected. Okay, I'm going to keep saying that. So now we're going to go ahead and lay down and begin the next practice. Are there any questions about any of that? I know I threw a lot at you. You'll have the recording to listen to later if you want to. Any questions? No? Okay. All right. So with your legs long, just once again, check in with your body just for a bit. I saw one of you with a blanket on. You can do most of this practice with a blanket tossed over your body for warmth, so feel free to if you need. Just check in with your body again, noticing if it feels different, making any changes. And then once again, if you can, if you're able to, I notice that a few of you have your heads on pillows. If you can have your head flat on the floor, go ahead and try to do it that way so that we're not readjusting our posture for the work with the head on something. If that's not comfortable for your body because of a neck or shoulder issue, by all means, profit. Okay. Let's begin with that breath again. See if we can do that wide jellyfish breath of inhaling through the nostrils and allowing that diaphragm to go nice and wide in the body. And then allowing the chest and the belly to float up, rising out of the movement of the diaphragm. And exhaling when you're ready. Slow, long inhalation and exhalation. And once again, if you would please bring the feet on the mat with the knees in the air, an easy resting pose. Feet are hip width apart. The knees are not dropping in towards each other nor dropping away. The weight is evenly distributed between the heels and the balls of the feet. When you get into that position, you might want to press to the feet and float that bum up just a little bit off the ground and let it come back down a little wider, a little softer. And then again, just begin a few of those gentle arches and flattens. And you roll the pelvis forward like you're trying to touch the sit bones to the ground, allowing a little arch to appear in that lower back as that belly button floats up. Releasing from that naturally. And then rolling your bottom in the opposite direction as if you're trying to draw that tailbone between the legs. Feel the bum lift up off the ground a little bit, rolling off the ground as your back flattens more firmly against the floor. You can roll in and out of that on your own. Whenever it feels right to you, you can add those shoulders in if you want to. Let the shoulders float up when you flatten. And they press down more towards the ground in the arch. You press down with the shoulders and the arch. You're going to feel that arch radiate up the spine further. So now we're going to start some tilting in the pelvis, okay? So thinking of that arch and flatten, but not necessarily going into such a big position. It's not going as far. Imagine that you have a marble kind of like on the center of the front of your belly. And we don't want it to fall off. So roll that marble down towards that pubic bone by going into a little bit of an arch. And then rolling it the other way with a little bit of a flatten back and forth. And then coming into neutral, allow the pelvis to tilt towards the right. You'll feel the left side come up a little bit, but if you think of that marble, want it to roll over to the right side and come back to the middle and roll over towards the left, back and forth. And as much as you can, as we're doing the side-to-side motion, try to keep the knees upright and neutral. Don't fight it too much, but just see if you can. Now this time, the knees will move some automatically. We're going to try to join those two movements and do circles with that pelvis so that we're going to roll forward like we're going a little bit into the arch. And then we're going to try to roll deliberately in that position over towards that right hip on the right side. And then as we go to flatten a little bit, we'll be rolling back towards the center. A little bit of a flattened position, then we'll roll over towards the left hip. We'll go into a little bit of an arch then, rolling down through that left hip. Rolling more towards the tailbone area. And then reverse that direction. Play with that a little bit. See if maybe it's easier to roll in one direction from the other. As you do this, you might become aware that some part of your body is aching a little bit that you didn't know before. All right. So we're going to do something. And if it doesn't work for you today, you don't want to do it, that's okay. We're going to do a reclined Buddha. So we're going to roll over onto one side of our bodies. And you can pick whatever side you want to roll onto. And as you get on the side, you can use a blanket under your head, or you can use your arm. And you want to stack your knees on top of each other like you're in a chair. Okay. And your head can be wherever it wants. And so at first, I want you to inhale. And on the exhale, you can use your hand to help you, but take that top leg and on the exhale, pull that knee up towards your chest as far as it can go.
And then go ahead and allow that leg to grow straight, long out away from the hip. If you have more mobility in your body, you can also lift it up into the air. It doesn't matter. Just bring it out and then exhaling, draw that knee back up towards the chest. Now that you've done that a couple of times, take your hand and with that knee up towards the chest, the hand that you were using to hold that knee up, reach down towards your bottom and put your hand, see if you can find your sit bone in there. And if you can, press it with your hand and then go ahead and play with that leg. So let the leg grow straight again and see how it moves under your fingers. Bend that knee in towards the torso again. See if it comes back into your hand more. You might even want to try it with the knee bent. Open that knee up towards the ceiling. And then you can try to bring it down more towards the floor. But what we're doing here is we're just feeling how the sit bone moves in the body. We're only going to do this on one side because this is just that awareness. I want you to notice all that movement that's in there. Now, we don't know, in the public health professionals group, we've talked about this. We can't find anybody to answer our questions. In general, those with a female pelvis have greater range of motion, more flexibility. Those with the male pelvis, they're stronger, but they don't move as easily. The question is whether that's an impact of, if that's due to structure or if it's influenced by hormones. It's definitely influenced by hormones when people are pregnant. A hormone called elastin is released and it helps the body to open up more. But other than that, we have not been able to identify why. But it's an interesting thing to be aware of. So then let's take from that and roll back onto our backs with our legs long. Feet are about a hip width apart, maybe a little more. Try to have the toes pointed up towards the ceiling. And then starting with that right leg, again, the slow, gentle, aware movement. Allow that foot to drop towards the right edge of the mat, rolling on the heel. What this really is a rolling of the entire leg up in that hip socket. Once you reach your limit, slowly release and lift those toes back up, and then drop internally towards the left leg. And come back up and repeat on the left side. Now, you should not be forcing the leg so that it's bending at the knee to try to make it go further. Just try to work with that natural range of motion. And usually it's not very big, especially in the internal turning when we begin. Just alternating between the right and the left. And once you feel you have this rolling back and forth motion in the leg, and I want you to come back up to those sit bones in your bum again. And I want you to see if you can feel what's happening in the movement there. And see if you can feel any movement in the muscles. So pay more attention to the pelvis and what's happening there than even the legs. And come back up in easy resting pose. Feet on the floor, knees in the air. Now, if you have a very tender lower back, you might want to put a little bit of a blanket underneath the back of the pelvis for this, but if not, you're fine. What we're going to do here is we're going to lift one foot off like we did before with the knee dropping in towards the chest. But this time, we're going to put our hand on that knee. And as much as we can, we're going to allow the hand to move the leg. It's really hard to disconnect and let the hand take control. But try that and see if you can make little circles in the leg with the hand on the knee. So you're circling the knee around in space above you. It really allows you to feel that movement of the sit bones and the muscles in your bum. If you check in with what's going on there. And then let's do the other side. All right. Let's release the foot. Do another arch and flatten. All right. So if any of you have taken yoga, depending on the type of class you take and depending on your teacher, you may have been instructed to engage the Mula Bandha, which is a root lock at the root chakra, down by the root chakra in the pelvis. And I want to address that for just a moment while we're here in this position. A lot of people teach that it's like this squeezing, like this tight drawing up of the perineum and or the anus, like you're drawing them into the body nice and tight. And that is not the case from the point of view, that is not how it should be done from the point of view of the pelvic health professionals, people like us in our group, but also two of my teachers taught the exact opposite of that. And the reason why is, again, coming back to that subtle movement, we don't need it to be that much. So if you're ever in a class, it's a good practice to learn how to engage it, but it should be a very gentle, very, very gentle. It should be a very gentle pulling up in that area. My one teacher in India, who was a surgeon as well, he said, well, Mula Bandha. You do not draw it up tight like that. It should just feel like you're touching your asshole with a piece of toilet paper. And I'll never forget that, which is why I'm telling you, because it's Mula Bandha. Think about that gentle little right, that gentle little movement and touch. That's how the Mula Bandha should be. It's a subtle practice. And so often all these practices have been misinterpreted as something huge and striving. That's Western culture. That's not how we should be in the body. So I wanted to just address that at the moment. And then with that, you can roll back over, sit up, up, up. Think of that slow, gentle movement, rolling over to take care of the pelvis. Getting in a comfortable seated position. I have a practice I used to do faithfully. I got gobsmacked by life over the last half year and haven't been doing it. But it's a practice called the 4 purifications that was taught by my
teacher who used to study under Baba Hari Das. So the 4 purifications are a breathwork practice that help your whole body get aligned in the morning. But the last piece is called the Ashwini Mudra. And the Ashwini Mudra means horse seal. If any of you have ever been near a horse or a donkey and looked at its butt when it poops, how it goes out, how it comes back in, that's the horse seal, okay? But it's a really great pelvic practice for the body. And I want to show you how to do it. And technically, it should be done with what you call a 3-part yogic breath, which we haven't really practiced much, but I'll explain it quickly. 3-part yogic breath is you inhale through the nostril, belly lifts first, then it comes out wide up here. So that's 1 part, 2 parts, 3rd part's the exhalation. So when we do the Ashwini Mudra, and if you have any stool leakage issues at any point in time, you may not want to do this. You might want to just visualize it and just bring your attention to that awareness and then let go. But when we do the practice, we do a full inhalation of that 3-part yogic breath so that we have the belly full and the chest full, and then hold the breath. And when we finally get in that position with control, we want to gently only try to squeeze the muscles around the anus and release them. And maybe even press down on them a little bit, bearing down. And we try not to engage the rest of the pelvis, but it really helps to do it in the seated position because you can feel it on your bottom. So inhale, hold the breath, and then slowly, mindfully try to contract and release those muscles. And then whenever you need to, relax the muscles, exhale. All right. I promise you, you'll get the information that didn't get recorded there. Okay, so our pelvic floors are always engaged. There is no disengaging them. If we could disengage them completely, we would have total incontinence. You would lose support for your whole body, and you wouldn't be able to have an orgasm. You you'd lose all function, okay? So the problem is that some people are over-engaged or under-engaged, and some of them are mixed. We've already talked about how the pelvises are influenced by trauma and stress. So just when you're stressed in your life. But again, think about that up there. So when we have trauma, when we have stress, the first things usually to engage are the traps and the pelvic floor. Like we batten down our hatches, like we clench up, right? And so those are the first thing to happen because they're both very reactive. So if you have a lot of trauma in your life, you're used to having gone through this all the time, that battening down of the hatches. So you're hypervigilant, like me. So you're going to have more of that. And if you remember too, then from this picture, the traps and the psoas and the diaphragm all are located around T12. And so there's a lot of tension in there. Diaphragm's not moving right. It's not massaging on those muscles. So this little picture, I hope you can see it, but you'll see it in a minute. There's a thing called the cord 4, and I added the psoas. The cord 4 they talk about is the pelvic floor, the transverse abdominis muscle, and that's the rectus abdominis. That's like that 6-pack abs thing. Well, the transverse abdominis is a deeper layer. And I could teach you how to engage it, but it would take us a really long time if you don't. It's just a practice of learning how to gently, it's a very gentle, subtle practice of how to squeeze that muscle internally. And that helps support the pelvic floor. And then it's a matter of the diaphragm. And then the multifidus is a group of little muscles, all that connect in around the vertebra coming up. Now, I think that what happens a lot of times this is an observation from my own body, is that the multifidus, which helps support the spine, aren't doing a great job for us because we're out of shape and we sit too much and whatnot. And so instead, we start recruiting, and we are not using our transverse abdominis as much as we could, engaging it intentionally. And so I think that a lot of times we compensate for stability in the body by also battening down the hatches, of like trying to tighten the pelvis to help hold the whole body up as well. But all these things help support the body, but they are all all the muscles impact the pelvis, okay? So my jaw is impacting my pelvis. But the diaphragm, the multifidus in the spine, the transverse abdominis, the pelvic floor, and the psoas major, those are the main muscles that have the biggest impact that we can influence. Those are some of the main muscles that impact what goes on in the pelvis. Now, the psoas, okay, so right below the diaphragm, right in this area is also the solar plexus. And the solar plexus is a bundle of nerves that have to do, in that trippy hippie way, with more of our sense of ourself and our power and our empowerment, okay? If any of you know anything about the chakra system, if you have any interest in that, the first three chakras that have to do with our connection to the world, our connection with sexuality, our connection with other people, our root and our history, they're all located down in the root, down in here, and up here in the solar plexus. And all of that is housed in the psoas. And there is a theory that a lot of our stress and trauma in our life is stored in the psoas. I have this big crush on the psoas. I talk about it all the time. I read about it anytime I can. I actually have 4 books completely on the psoas, okay? So, what's a book of poetry about the psoas? Think about that. But the psoas, and I can't even remember now, the psoas is this really weird muscle because the psoas actually has 2 different types of muscle tissue that are never found together in that muscle. But don't ask me what it is right now because I'm blanking on it. The psoas is the only muscle that connects this lower part of the body with the upper part of the body. There's no other muscles that make a belief like that. That's what's holding us together from down below to up here. Psoas is incredibly important. Now, I don't know if any of you have heard of trauma release exercises. Somebody's talking about it. Okay. So they were developed by this person because when we have a big, huge traumatic events happen over here, we go to talk therapy usually. A lot of times you go see a therapist for it, right? But there are cultures that don't do talk therapy, but I'm making up Darfur over in Africa with all the genocide or whatnot. And these people don't have therapists to go through, but there's a group of people that are traumatized. So how do you get that out of the body? Well, this man developed these trauma release exercises. And in general, what it's doing is it's exhausting your hip muscles and your psoas muscles. And when you get them really, really tired out, they start shaking and they'll shake it off. And they say that if you do these practices over and over, I taught them for a little while and did them for a while, but it felt like it was bullying the body. But they say that, once you start getting used to it, then you can just do it at the end of the day without going through all the steps. You just get into easy resting pose or something like that, and your body will be trained to shake it off on its own. And so that goes along with the notion that, like that book, Our Body Keeps a Score, our bodies remember what's happening. So it traps that stuff in, which is sometimes why we have real releases when we're doing this somatic work, but it's why it's important to pay attention to the psoas. Because if you think about it, surrounding the pelvis, completely and coming through the pelvis and all these muscles, if it holds our stress and our trauma. So think about when you're so mad at someone at work or something and you can't say anything and you're holding it in. And what you really want to do is you're so upset you want to shake, but you can't shake. This helps you shake it off. I'm telling you that because I discovered, and then I read in one of my SOAS books that you can develop that ability to shake it off by doing that constructive resting pose that we have been going back to over and over. So if any of you look up and see my legs trembling, that's now my default. My body is so trained to do it that when I start doing work like this very much, I start getting quivery in there because my body wants to start shaking it off, you know. But I'm saying that because these muscles, there's a lot of science out there showing that our body does keep what happens to us, and that psoas seems to be maybe like this main computer center type of thing in the body that holds us, this muscle memory in our bodies. So we want to pay attention to that. Now, in our bodies, there's many domes, okay? There's a diaphragm in your foot. Literally, when you are breathing, you can sometimes feel the movement of the foot, okay? The sole of the foot. Then, the pelvic floor is considered a dome in the body. We have a respiratory diaphragm. There's a little diaphragm up here in the body. We have a dome up in the top of the palate of our mouth. And then there's a cranial diaphragm, but we can also feel the breath up here. So breathing is a chain reaction. And so between these domes and a healthy working body, everything should be expanding and contracting and moving together well. But a lot of times it doesn't. When we breathe, inhale, the respiratory dome pushes down on all of our internal organs, giving them a massage and helping them to work. And at the same time, the ribs expand outwards and upwards through the chest and the belly and the back and the ribs. They all expand. But what we find a lot is that people's little intercostal muscles, those muscles between the ribs, kind of get locked down. And so it doesn't expand. I just want to, okay. Right. The screen went blank. We're still recording. I'm trying to keep the screen from going blank for me. I don't usually make recordings like that. Okay. Okay. So that transverse abdominis muscle that's on the inside, it gently contracts when we exhale. And if we're doing it mindfully, it feels like a little gentle tightening around our midsection of like increasing pressure. So you think of the inhalation as the filling of a balloon, and the transverse abdominis squeezes the air out on the exhalation. So a healthy pelvic floor lifts in response to this gentle squeezing of the transverse abdominis and helps to stabilize our internal organs. The respiratory system and pelvic floor are really linked, so learning to breathe well and spending time with breathing is really important for this work. And if you have reverse breathing, just try to pay attention to it and see if you can switch it. I had a client who, when she checked it, she just looks at it and she goes, "Oh my God, I'm breathing backwards." And then she goes, "Just a second." And she started paying attention to it, and she said she was able to switch it just by paying attention to how it was moving. right away. So that's, you try to keep that as a practice on of moving in. So the movement of the respiratory diaphragm and the muscles of the respiratory system use involuntary muscles. Those just happen on their own, okay? But the pelvic floor muscles are technically voluntary. They are under our conscious control. And that's really important for us because that means that we can learn how to control them again, right? So, we don't think of the pelvic floor really as a floor. We should think of it as a trampoline, okay? So there should be a little bit of that bounce and that give and take in the dome, okay? And then this is important because if you think about hypertonicity, and remember that's one of my issues, I have that little tight ass thing that I do, that's clenching, and I'm always a little more toned in that area for a lot of reasons. So I want to explain to you how I worked with this. So quite a few years ago, at one point in time, I've always had the issue of having to pee when it's cold. Also, everybody in my family has to pee more frequently. I jokingly said since I've been a kid, I have a pee bladder, meaning a little tiny bladder, right? But I've just always had to pee a lot more frequently than other people. And it's usually a lot, like I'm full, okay? But I was starting to have to pee, like just thinking about it, you know, like, thank you. So like, I'd be getting out of the car, I'd be walking towards the house, and then I'd have to pee. And then I'd have to pee more, and then I'd have to pee more, so I tried to tighten up more. And by the time I got into the kitchen, going into the bathroom, I'd be leaking urine, okay? And it was getting to be a really bad situation for me. A friend of mine's like, well, you should start trying to sing the ABCs before you go, like hold it long enough to sing the ABCs. So I'm like, I'll try that. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I gotta pee. So I started then really diving into this. And that's when I started thinking about the domes and that trampoline, okay? So what happens sometimes with hypertonicity, rather than being gently like this, you will already have tension because you're holding, your muscles are too tight, and so you already have the dome engaged. Now, most people, if your dome is down, right, if you engage it and tighten it up, it goes up a little bit. But you're already up at that up, at least I was already up at that up place because I'm always too tight, right? So when I would try to engage more to hold it to get into the house, there was no place really for the engagement to occur because of my muscles. So my cure for this became at home, when I got out of the car, to walk up to the house, if I felt that need to go, I would remember the mechanics. I would literally relax my pelvic floor, which is the opposite. You would think that like, well, if you're relaxing that muscle, then you're going to pee. But I would relax my pelvic floor, and some of the urging would go away because there's less tension there now. And then when I got closer to the bathroom, then I would engage the muscle again a little bit, and it started to hold it properly. And I did this over and over for like 2 or 3 months, just like consciously going out. If anytime I felt that overwhelming urge to pee, walking into the house, I would know that it's because it was too tense, relax a little bit, and then when I re-engaged, I was actually engaging the muscle. And so that's like one way that that hypertonicity piece impacts the pelvis, right? If you have hypotonicity and you leak all the time, then you want to be able to learn to tighten the muscle gently. But if you're too tight, that can be the opposite, okay? So, have you all heard of Kegels? Okay, so some people, one PT that I was listening to or following says that any tightening in the pelvic floor is considered a Kegel. And another one says that only Kegels are Kegels. And what is for certain It is an excellent way to build muscle tone if you desperately need it, okay? So if there is that piece of desperation in your body that you have such hypotonicity, then you want to do Kegels. But if your doctor or pelvic floor PT says to do these, they'll say usually do 30 of them a day. And I would encourage you to do them kind of all at once. And one of the biggest problems with Kegels is doing them wrong. And we're going to work on that today to find a better way to do the Kegels. But again, it's that awareness, awareness, awareness. So yoga teachers often pair breath with movement as they were taught to do it. But I always want to know why. Like, why do I have to breathe like that? Because that's distracting me. Or that's my MO. I'm always why. I was that annoying kid. So in my classes, I rarely pair the breath with any movement, but sometimes I do, and you're going to have a couple of things like that because everyone is moving and breathing at different rates. So my cueing may be too fast for you, or your movements might be faster or slower than your neighbors. But oftentimes the cueing for breathing in yoga classes is counterproductive for the pelvic floor because they're cueing you to do things that are going to strain your pelvic floor even more. It often involves bracing or bearing down on the pelvis. When you're doing the heavy work, they have you inhale, and then they have you exhale when you're moving out of the stress. So here, when you're thinking of pelvic health work, you kind of want to do the opposite of that. You want to relax during stress and inhale during relaxing. So, for example, you have to pick up something heavy. You want to try to engage that transverse abdominis, but you don't want to like try to hold this huge breath. If you take this huge inhale and you go to pick it up, then you're going to automatically have more pressure in that pelvis, right? So you want to try to maybe do it in a more relaxed, gentle approach. And that's what we are going to be working on, is working on feeling what the Kegels are like in the body, and then moving more like small, slow, generous movements through that, and really breaking this down into more subtle work in the body, okay? So does anybody have any questions at all? Does anybody have any questions on how to do the arch and flatten? Does anybody have any questions about subtly sensing before we go into these deeper practices? No? Does anybody want to go to the restroom again before we go into these practices? All right. So then let's go ahead and get back on our mats. This will be a much longer practice. I'm trying to decide if maybe I should break this down a bit. So then if that's the case, let's all go ahead and lie down, get cozied up. And also, you might want to have your blankets nearby because we might be using them rolled up. You may find that you need them to prop your knees, or you might want them underneath your knees or something, so you might want to have them nearby. And again, if you're not able to sense and feel some of these, visualize it in your head, please. And we are going to work a little bit with transverse abdominis engagement to try to help you get a better sense of that. All right. So lying here again. Just come up into easy resting pose. Do a few gentle arches and flattens in the body. Noticing how it feels to roll in the body like that. Just allowing the pelvis to gently roll forwards and backwards. Allow your shoulders to join with the arches in your flatness. Just waking that spine up again, waking the body up again. And we're going to be working with some breathing and some sensing pieces. So if you like being in this easy resting pose, great. But this might be a time that you might want to roll on a blanket up and have it underneath your knees for a little support. So in either easy resting pose or you might want a blanket to support the knees. So we're going to be here for a little while. All right. So once again, noticing your breath. See if you can feel the movement of the breath in the pelvic floor. Now, if you've been taught how to do Kegels, go ahead and do your Kegels. If you don't know how to do Kegels, usually the way that they're cued is to just go ahead and tighten all the muscles in the pelvis and draw them up as tightly as you can, and then to let them release and go back down. Now, if your legs are long, completely long with no support, it might be harder to sense in the pelvic floor. It might not for your body. So it's probably more encouraged to either be an easy resting pose or to have something underneath the knees, propping the knees up. And if you find you're not able to sense these movements or find these things with the leg position that you're in, then you might want to just experiment and try it the other way. Okay? So you've done the Kegel by squeezing tight into the pelvis and drawing up and then relaxing. And now I'm going to ask, if you would please, to try to do that again, but to take more time and to do it more slowly and to do it more consciously and with awareness. You may find that you may not go as far, and allow that to slowly release. discover that the tightening of all those muscles and trying to pull it up, like the Kegels that you've been taught, that when you do them slower and with more awareness, you might have less of a range of movement in the body, but it might actually be more challenging work to do that with control. So I want you to practice this slow, gentle Kegel. This would be a time in your own body that you might want to experiment with pairing it with the breath. So on the exhalation, drawing up, and on the inhalation, releasing, maybe bulging out a little bit. And let's go deeper into the body. Remember when we did that reclining Buddha and found the sit bones, and when we did the knee drops, working with the sit bones. I want you to see if you can possibly draw your awareness to the sit bones themselves. See if you can contract the muscles to draw them towards each other, and then release them so they gently move away. Remember, the muscles of the pelvis are under voluntary control. So we can learn to do that again. And if you're having a problem locating them in your body, you could even take a moment and allow both the knees to drop away from each other and bring them back up so you can kind of find them in your mind's eye again, locate them, and then see if you can find those muscles and pull them towards each other a little bit. That would be like squeezing your bum. And then releasing. Something you might do all the time, but you're not paying attention to the fact that it's moving those sit bones in the body. Drawing together and releasing. Again, if you are not able to do it, please visualize those muscles contracting. So let's come to the pubic bone. And that pubic bone is that hard bony mass right at the base, in the center, and front. You might even want to put your finger down there by your crotch and press in so you can feel it again and get a sense of where that is in your body. And then once you find that, see if it's possible to draw that pubic bone towards the tailbone and that tailbone towards the pubic bone. So it's like you're squeezing from the front to the back and the back to the front. It might be easy or it might be a big challenging, again, always that awareness piece is most important. Gently squeezing them together and releasing them. And one more higher load to try. And if you're having challenges already, this might be more than you want to try, but you might want to visualize it anyway. Just trying to draw one at a time. A sit bone on the right side towards the pubic bone and releasing, and then trying that with the left side, drawing it up closer to the pubic bone and releasing, back and forth. I'd like to point out that as you're all lying down working on this, I'm doing this sitting up, all these pieces. My favorite place to practice a lot of this type of work is in my car as I'm driving miles and miles through the country into town. Okay, let all of that relax. This next piece is called the zipper. And it can be quite a challenge to do as well. So we talked about the transverse abdominis, the rectus abdominis, are those six-pack abs. And in between there is this line of tissue called the, now I'm blanking on the name. Linea alba, I think. But it's that tissue that sometimes stretches, like when people have hernias, but when people are pregnant, a lot of time that tissue stretches, and sometimes it even tears a little bit, okay? And so, so if we were imagining a zipper running from the pubic bone up the center of the belly, up to the belly button, and even it goes up higher, but that's the line that we're wanting to pay attention to. So the rectus, those muscles that come across for those six-pack abs come and they connect to this piece of tissue in the center. So bringing our thumb to the pubic bone, you can draw that thumb up the center and just find that line going up, and then let the thumb come back down and glide. So bringing the thumb, the tip of the pubic bone, I want you to gently do one of those gentle kegels and pull it up. And as you pull up with that gentle kegel, you're going to notice that the muscles on either side of that line might be getting a little stronger, a little tighter, tensing up a bit. And let that kegel relax. And you might feel those muscles on the front of the belly relaxing too. Hoping you're able to find that. Okay. Now, if you want to put your thumb on that pubic bone, if not, that's fine. What I've asked you to try to do is engage in that gentle kegel motion. And as you feel those muscles draw up, you can allow that thumb to come up on the belly too, and deliberately try to draw those muscles on the belly towards each other. See if you can find that at all in the body. And then unzip those muscles from the top down towards the pubic bone as you gently release that Kegel muscle. Let's see if we can find that again. Gently engage that pelvic floor. And as we're doing that Kegel pulling up, deliberately draw those muscles on the front of the belly tighter together, like you're zipping a zipper from the bottom to the top. And then release from the top down. This is a really good practice if you have had a separation here to help strengthen the muscles again. Let's try that again. Gently squeezing the muscles into a Kegel. And pulling those muscles on the front of the body up like zippers closing. And then unzipping from the top back down. Be quiet. You can try it a couple more times on your own. Right. Let's go ahead and bring our feet back up into easy resting pose. And do an arch and flatten in the body. A couple of those. All right. Now, depending on how well your feet slide on the floor, you may need to roll the mat up a little bit so it's up closer to your bottom because your feet might glide better on the carpet than it does on the mat. So try gliding one foot down and then the other, deciding if you need to roll that mat up a little bit. Okay. So with our feet in easy resting pose, maybe your mat is pulled up or maybe it isn't. We're going to do heel glides. Now, before we begin, I want you to find, that typical place where we said I had demonstrated before, put your hands on the tops of the hips. It's really the top of the pelvis. Well, go ahead and put your hands there. And then allow those fingers to glide around that top edge. And as they round down to come down to the bottom, there's like these two little points from the top transitioning towards coming down towards the pelvis. Does that make sense? Can you find those two little points there? The ASIS? Okay. Let's put our hands there. We're going to do a thing now called heel glides. But as we do the heel glide, the goal of this, so even if you can't go the whole way, just even move a little bit thinking about it.
The goal of this is to try to hold the muscles in the pelvis tight enough. And I don't mean like forcing it, but I mean with enough control of engaging the muscles that those little bones don't wobble back and forth as we glide the legs down and back up, okay? So if you find you've done a huge tilt in your hips, like if you feel it roll or move, then maybe you stop gliding the foot down and try to bring it back up with control. So the goal is not to get the leg completely long. The goal is to keep the pelvis more stable. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, so let's start with that right foot. Soles on the ground and slowly start to glide down. And if you feel a tip or a dip in those bones that you're touching, stop there and glide the foot back up and start on the other side. We're going to alternate these a few times and everybody will be going at a different pace. You might notice that you feel that hip move the most as you go to drag it back up. So just be curious about that. But as much as you can, go slow and with control and keep those bones stable. This is a fun thing to do. It sounds silly, but with putting little stickers on those bones, because you can stand over top of someone and even if they can't tell that they're dipping, you can see it dip. So my right leg glides down rather smoothly. It's my left one that is wanting to dip, so I'm not gliding it as far. Trying to do that with control. If you do it slowly and mindfully, very quickly, you can usually gain a little more control for the movement if you work with it and pause where you need to. Okay. Now if you need to press through your feet and float your bum up and bring it back down on the mat. Okay. Now, what we'll do next is we're going to do a gentle transverse abdominis engagement while we have our fingers on these bones, all right? So, in order to do that, we want to inhale, and then as we exhale, we want to make a little S sound, and we're going to exhale through the mouth to do it. So it's going to sound, and it doesn't have to be loud. I'm going to do it loud so you can hear me. So I'm inhaling, and then as my foot's gliding down, when you get to the bottom, you can inhale, and you can S breath the whole way back up. Okay? Now you can do your S breath through your mouth much more quietly, but it's kind of amazing how much more stability you may find by making that sound on the exhalation with that gentle transverse abdominis engagement. So let's all start to do that. If you remember, you inhale first and then you exhale with the sound as the leg goes down. Inhale and then make that sound as it comes back up. Everybody will work at their own pace and see how that goes and see if you can tell the difference of the support and the strengthening of the pelvis by doing that. slow alternating, hoping that you can feel that difference with that slight, gentle squeezing and the amount of stability it gives. Okay. If you rolled your mat up, I want to unroll it. We're going to do one more piece. I'm going to take one more back break before we get into the next pieces. Now this might be the time where you may need a rolled up blanket under both of your knees. Or ready on either side, depending on your range of motion. So let's straighten our mats out. And let's bring our feet onto the mat with the knees in the air. An easy resting pose. Now before we begin this, I want to talk about what we're going to do first so you can hang out and be comfortable for a bit. We're going to do something called the pelvic symmetry sequence. I can actually send you a great little photograph diagram of it. This helps just with any alignment issues and helps get everything working well together. Now, it's a challenge for a lot of bodies, so you'll come into it in different ways, okay? So one of the pieces we want to try to start with is allowing the soles of the feet to come together and the knees to drop out. Now, for some people, they might be able to get the soles completely brought in and bring the feet way up towards the bottom. But for some people, it might be that the legs are long and the feet are even maybe more touching on the sides. And that's okay, but find that place. There's some way that your knees can kind of come away from each other and your feet stay connected, even if that's just the edges touching. Starting in that position, we're going to start off. So this is like cobbler's pose or butterfly pose or reclining butterfly if you do yoga, or reclining cobbler's pose. But you can come at it from whichever way you can. The feet can be considerably down farther. So we're going to start off first by trying to see if we can notice how our pelvis is working, how the muscles are connecting. And the way we're going to do this is, and you might need to have a rolled up blanket underneath those knees because your knees might get tired hanging out, so find the right height to support your knees so when they're spread open, they have a little support. But we'll start by first lifting the right knee up as high as we can and letting the sole come on the ground. But as it comes up, notice where it's hard to lift, where it's easy to lift, if it all feels smooth or shaky, just what's happening. And once that knee comes all the way upright, like it's an easy resting pose, and the other knee is open to the side in that butterfly position, then bring that knee back down towards the ground. And when it opens back up to rest on your blanket, allow that left knee to start floating up and compare it to the right. Up and down one time on each side. Now get settled in You might have some blankets underneath the knees to help you out. Now this is going to be one practice where it may not be your natural breath. I'm going to cue breathing for the entire practice for you. It might be easier for you than at home when you can do it at your own rate, okay? And so if you've taken regular yoga classes before where they're telling you to inhale when you float up on a bridge, I'm going to be cueing it the opposite. So I'm telling you that now so you don't have that brain confusion. We're going to begin in this reclining cobbler's pose, and this is the challenging piece. We're going to press down through the edges of the feet. And if you notice, as you press with the edges of the feet, it automatically starts to lift the back of the pelvis off the ground just from pressing down, okay? And some of you may only want to work there, and that's enough work, okay? But if your body wants to go a little bit deeper, you know what, you guys? I should probably demonstrate this entire thing for you before we go further. I'm afraid that this might get too confusing. I'm really sorry. I didn't think of that before. So I'm going to ask you to take a pause and watch what I'm talking about. And just roll over and look at me. Okay, laying in this position, I'm going to do it very dramatically, more than what I would normally do in my body when I'm pushing up on the edges of my feet, okay? The way that might look in your body is literally, you might be propped up like this with your blankets under here, and for you it may look just like that. Just kind of pressing down on the sides of the feet and just feeling a little movement in the pelvis. Or it might look like this, and you only need to come up just the slightest inch or two. And if there's really no advantage to come up higher, that was just to let you to see how it would come up. But usually when I do this, I only come up like that high. I don't want to work that hard. So we'll go from this position and we'll inhale. And when we exhale, we're going to engage by pressing through the feet. Inhale down, exhale up. We're going to repeat that 3 times. Then we're going to lift the knees back up. We're going to inhale, and as we exhale, we're going to gently squeeze the knees together. Inhale apart, exhale, gentle squeeze. Inhale apart 3 times. Then we're going to do a weird bridge where we bring the feet up by the bum. Inhale, exhale up. And it doesn't have to go up very high. Inhale down, exhale up. And it looks like a weird bridge because we bring our feet in as close to the bum as we can. Now for some people that may just look more like a regular bridge, and that's perfectly fine. But we just want to come in as close as we can in our bodies. So once again, I'm going to be in this position, pressing through the edges of our feet, coming up and down. Or maybe that's it, just pressing through the edges of the feet and engaging these muscles here by that pressure. Or just envisioning it. Knees come up, and we're going to squeeze the knees together, and then feet come in for that funny little bridge. All right? That's it. All right, back down. I'm sorry, I didn't make a note to demonstrate it, so I forgot to do that first. All right. So let's just practice that one time and finding that level where we want to have our feet, how far we want to have them away from the body, soles of the feet touching. Gentle pressure on the outer edge. And then relaxing from that. Once you've found it, once you figured out how to gently lift up just a bit, and we don't want to lift up really high like I showed you, I was just letting you see how that lift worked. Okay, so let's inhale through the nostrils, and exhaling, press through the feet, And engage those muscles to lift the bum up off the ground, maybe lifting an inch or two, or maybe just leaving it on the ground and engaging the muscles. And inhale, releasing all of that. And exhaling, gently pressing through the sides of the feet and engaging those muscles to lift. And inhaling, releasing those muscles. And exhaling, pressing through the sides of the feet to lift. And inhaling, releasing those muscles. Bringing the knees upright so they're touching in the center and the feet are touching in the center. Inhale and exhale, gently squeeze those knees together. Inhale, allow them to release. Exhale, gently squeezing those knees together. Inhale, allow them to release. Exhale, gently squeezing those knees together. Inhaling, allowing them to release. And bringing the feet up towards the bottom in that funny little bridge. Inhale and exhale and lift that bottom up off the ground. Inhale, come back down. Exhaling, lifting that bottom up off the ground. Inhaling, coming back down. Exhaling, lifting that bottom off the ground, and it might only be 1/4 of an inch. And inhaling, coming back down. Let's come back into our reclining cobbler so your knees might be supported back on those bolsters again. Inhale, exhale, and press through the outer edges of the feet, floating that bottom up. Inhaling, allowing it to come down. Exhaling, floating that bottom up. Inhaling, coming back down. Exhaling, floating that bottom back up. Inhaling, allowing the bottom to come back down. Bringing those knees up together, the feet are together. Inhale, pressing the knees gently together. Exhaling, pressing the knees gently together. Inhale, release. Exhale, pressing the knees together. Inhale and release. Exhale, pressing the knees together. Inhale, release. And coming into that funny bridge position. Knees come apart, heels come towards the thighs. Inhale and exhale, and allowing that bottom to come up a bit off the ground. Doesn't need to be a lot. Inhale, come back down. Exhale, float the bum up a bit. Inhale, coming back down. Exhale, floating that bum up a bit. Inhale, coming back down. Once again, coming down into that reclining butterfly position. Inhale, exhale, pressing through the sides of the feet and floating that bottom up. Inhale, coming back down. Exhale, pressing through the sides of the feet, engaging the muscles as if you're lifting that bottom up. Inhale down. Exhale, pressing through the edges of the feet, floating the bum up. Inhale down. Let's lift the knees back up. Feet are together, knees are together. Inhale. And then exhaling, pressing the knees gently together. Inhale, release. Exhale, pressing the knees gently together. Inhale, release. Exhale, gently pressing the knees together. Inhale, release. And one more time, coming into that funny bridge, bringing our feet towards our thighs. Inhale, pressing through the feet, engage those muscles as if we're lifting that bottom up. And then for some of us, we'll go ahead and lift up a little bit. Inhale, back down. Exhale, floating the bum back up. Inhale, down. Exhaling, floating the bum back up. And inhaling down. Let's come back into that reclining cobbler pose. And we're going to go ahead and do that check-in that we did at the beginning. So with the knees apart like this, let's slowly lift that right leg up and then bring it down slowly and carefully, and then the left. And noticing if it feels any different. You might find that it feels more wobbly because you've released things. You might find it's more smooth. Just check in and see if you can sense any shifts or changes. Right. You might want to hug the knees to the chest and roll the back out here. And move the body however it wants to move. And let's let the legs grow long and do another check-in. Noticing how the body's feeling overall. Noticing any shifts you may find in alignment, or tension, or lack thereof since we started this practice. And then we're going to do that slow sunrise roll over again together. I'll talk you through it. And we'll roll onto our sides and push up to a seated position. And we'll take another little bathroom break because all of this gets deeply into the pelvis and sometimes gets things going for people. So if you want to roll onto your right side, leave your right leg long. If you want to roll onto your left side, leave your left leg long. So one leg's long. The other leg has the knee in easy resting pose, but drop the knee out just 2 or 3 inches. We want to push through the heel and we want to push through the sole of the foot, but we want the sole of the foot compressing through there to help us drive that motion, to make it easiest for us to roll our pelvis over. So let's start rolling at the hips so that we then roll onto our side. And we have a little movement in the pelvis. And then come back up with our hands. Seated position. Or if you want to just lay there and don't want to take a bathroom break, you can take a little nap. Look at that. But they were there. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we're going to go much deeper into the body. We're going to repeat a couple of things as we're doing it. With some exceptions to some of this work, again, remember that a lot of this can be brought into your daily life, okay? So like that zipper piece actually is a great one to do standing up too. That pulling up and going down. So all these next pieces, well not all, but most of them, you can do standing up in the grocery store, in the car. It doesn't have to be that you have to spend all your time on the floor to try to access them. When we get done with some of these next pieces, then we're going to end up doing a very long, slow relaxation focused on the pelvis. So at that point in time, you want to get cozied up in your body to keep warm. And then we'll get up and go over how to use these in the class and answer any more questions. All right, so if you remember before, there was that time when I said you might want to have your legs in easy resting pose or have your legs over a bolster. So if one of those worked better for you for sensing in the zipper than the other, then it probably would work the same way here. You know what I mean? So some people find it easier to have a bolster under the knees, but have the knees supported. Other people find it easier to sense in the pelvis with the legs in easy resting pose. So you pick that, and you can get back on your mat in the position that you want to. And you might want to just be in the position you're in and do a little arch and flatten. Notice how the body's feeling. Remember, all of these can be done sitting up. It just has a different feel to them. Okay. So we're going to start off by remembering that piece we did before of doing little circles in the pelvis. So let's see if we can do that again. Think about that marble rolling around on the belly. So doing that small little arching motion and then rolling a little bit over to the right side and the right hip. And then as you would normally go to flatten, you tip that pelvis a little bit the other way. Do a little bit of that rolling over towards the left side. And then going back into that little bit of an arch. Rolling back over to the center right above the pubic bone. And then doing that in reverse again.
we're going to pretend that from probably around the belly button down, like kind of like in the whole back of the pelvis, especially around the sacrum, okay? But from about the belly button down, mostly we're concentrating our attention. Visualize, if you would, that there's like a tic-tac-toe board on the back of your body, okay? And I'm not going to be able to cue you exactly how to do what we're going to do with this little tic-tac-toe on the back of our pelvis, okay? And that's because we all slightly move a little differently to do that. But thinking of that arching and flattening motion that you've been doing already, you're going to kind of like make some cricket arches and flatten motions because you're going to want to try to touch down into each of these little squares on the tic-tac-toe board with the back of your pelvis, okay? So if you think of that center square and kind of pressing down through there, if you think of that tic-tac-toe board, come down to the bottom right corner and press into the square there if you can. Any gentle movement. It'll probably mostly feel like a little bit of a sideways arch in the body. And release. And then coming over to the left bottom square. Pressing down into that space. And release. Coming up to the upper left corner. This will probably feel a little more like a flattening motion. But press down into that space and release. Upper right corner of that tic-tac-toe board. Pressing in and releasing. Coming into the middle top square. Pressing down in that section and releasing. The bottom row, middle square. Pressing down and releasing. The middle one on the right side. And the middle one on the left side. I'm going to ask for you to think of this tic-tac-toe board. And I want you to spend just a few minutes here trying to move in and out of these different spaces on your own, different patterns. Try to pay attention to if it's maybe easier on the right side than on the left side. Maybe easier towards the bottom row than the top row. Just that subtle movement, pressing by rolling gently in the body. chest. If you're fine, that's great. Now, having just done that tic-tac-toe pelvis by doing it by gently rocking the pelvis, I'd like to let you know that down the road, as you develop that ability to gently roll the body into those little spaces, that subtle movement and that control of the muscles in there, eventually you may find that you're even able to make it more subtle. And I have gotten to the point where I can access those spaces in the tic-tac-toe square by literally pressing internally with the muscles to make more tension down. It almost feels like somebody has this long finger that they're pushing through my belly to poke down into that square below. And that's the higher load after practice. But even as you guys were all on the floor doing this, which is the easiest way to access it, I was doing it myself, just sitting up here, gently moving my body into each of those spaces. Okay. Coming back to the back of the pelvis again, the same area with the belly button being pretty much the top. I'd like you to envision a clock. This time there's a clock behind you. 12 at the top, 6 at the bottom, and then you can do the rest on your own. Whatever makes sense for you, how those numbers are. So this time, as we press into these spaces, we're going to start with 12 o'clock. So we're going to press 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. $12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 'Now we're going to attempt to press through 2 spots at one time. So in your body, that might be feeling like you're doing little arches between these points. For some of you, it might feel more like a little bit of a flattening motion, but however you get there is fine. $12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. and 3 o'clock. 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock. 11 o'clock and 5 o'clock. 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock. 'And just for fun, we're going to make it a little more complicated and do random ones and see if you can figure out how to move into these positions. 10 and 5. 9 and 2. 11 and 4. 8 and 1. 7 and 3. 6 and 12. My guess is it might get kind of noisy here in a moment. So I don't know if you guys would rather pause or we can just keep working, and then if it gets noisy, we'll pause then. Okay. Now I know that can be very challenging to do. It sounds crazy, but doing that over and over will give you a little backache. You're working with some deeper muscles inside that you're not used to using in that way. Help strengthen the whole pelvis. Go ahead and try another Kegel. See how that feels. And now I'm going to teach you the anti-Kegels. Now the anti-Kegels are so easy to do anywhere, anytime. I can do them while I'm doing dishes. I can do it if I'm bored in a meeting, believe it or not. So when we do the anti-Kegels, we are going to be working and engaging separately in the body. The different areas in the pelvic floor. Now I'm going to start off the cueing with, when I say to engage the urethra, it's really the muscles around the urethra where you would pee. So like if you think of peeing or having to hold the urine, if you think of peeing and then stopping that flow of urine by squeezing and then releasing, those are the muscles we're wanting to engage. All right? And then if you think about the anal sphincter, those muscles around there, I'm just going to cue it with the term engaging the anus, okay? But again, it's that little muscle ring around the anus that we worked on with the Ashwini Mudra, that horse seal. We're engage and release there. And then I will cue you to engage and release the vagina. A more subtler practice that I will probably bring up will be the perineum. Now, most people, so when I have, obviously, both the male and the female pelvis, as you saw on the worksheets, everybody has a perineum. So those without vaginas always focus on working with the perineum. Now, you may find it easier to engage that little group of muscles than the muscles around the vagina. So it's good to try both. They actually take a different skill set of engagement, okay? Now, I know this is going to sound really silly, but it's actually a good visualization to think about what you're doing. So feel free to giggle, but I'd like you to think about the opening to your vagina. And imagine there's an apricot and you're trying to pick the apricot up with the vagina. As silly as that sounds, think about what it would be like to grab a hold of something like that and then to try to lift it up like you're pulling inside. And then to slowly relax and release and set it back down. Think about the Kegels and squeezing all those muscles up and relaxing. This time we're trying to isolate those muscles around the vagina. It's a much more subtle practice. It's a much more challenging practice. If you draw the attention back towards the anus, just envision a grape, because that's about the size that you need to envision in terms of picking something up. Think of picking that up, maybe even drawing it inside a bit, and then releasing. And up to the urethra. Again, there was a little blueberry there. Just taking a hold of that blueberry, gently pulling it up and releasing. Let's take a pause. Now, if you remember from the beginning, if it's very challenging to engage any of these muscles in that way, visualize it happening in the body. So let's come back up by the urethra. And let's think about if we had to pee and we had to really hold that in and how you would tighten those muscles around it to hold it in. Or if you were peeing and for some reason needed to stop, what movement would that take? And then let's try to re-engage with more mindfulness here. When I was doing these practices nonstop for a few months, it felt like a long, almost like squeezing a tube of toothpaste or something. I could pull those muscles up subtly around there. It felt quite far, like I was really pulling them up. And then I could release it. And then if you feel comfortable, remember the pelvis in general is supposed to relax, contract, and bear down. Or contract, relax, and bear down. So we're contracting. If we pull up those muscles around the urethra, we're relaxing when we gently release. And if leakage is not an issue for you, you might want to then practice that bearing down piece, where you gently push the opposite way and release. You're going to probably feel muscles in the other areas working. But your focus is to try to only work with one part at a time. That's your goal, is to work with one spot at a time. So coming back down to the anus. Again, think about picking up that grape, trying to take a hold, and gently pull that up. If you think of that horse seal that we just did, make it even a little slower and try to engage more deeply. It's kind of like you're squeezing off that tube deeper into the body and then slowly releasing from there down and then pushing out at the bottom if it feels safe to do so and releasing. Now again, coming to the muscles around the vagina and the vagina. Most people seem to feel that it's easier to engage the muscles around the urethra and the anus because we have a tendency to do that more naturally in our daily life. Having to pee and hold it in, having to have a bowel movement or pass gas and trying to hold it in. So we have more natural connection with that. Having connection with the muscles around the vagina, that whole area, can be more challenging for people. Now, like I said, this one client went home and just did this crunch deep in her body a few times to help her find that muscle. It took her a while to find it, and then she could start to work with it subtly. So if you're having challenges finding it, you could try that. Now, especially if you've given birth, it can feel almost impossible to engage with those muscles around in that area. And so they sell medical devices. They can cost money. Somebody here just told me they have something that you can actually play games with your vagina interactively, which sounds kind of funny to me. But if you can't find that squeezing motion, rather than spending a lot of money on the medical devices, they sell these stainless steel ones of all different sizes, I would encourage you to go to some reputable, like a sex toy store online and find a good reputable one with quality products, and you can buy a little rainbow looking dildo or something like that that's just a little bit, just big enough around that you can actually have something that you can squeeze against so that you can find something more tangible that you can have to put your muscles around. And if you get better and better at it, that may be all you need, or you may want to actually go down to a smaller size to help you finesse it. But usually once you can find it, that's all it takes. So let's go there again, thinking of that apricot. And let's see if we can try to find a way to grab a hold, and then we're trying to lift it up inside. But we want to try to keep the urethra and the anus as relaxed as possible at the same time. And release. All these practices that we're doing right now are some of the best ways to subtly strengthen those pelvic floor muscles and learn how to control them separately. To tighten what needs to tighten up, and loosen the others so you have control. Now, between the anus and the vagina is the perineum, sometimes called the taint because it taint this and it taint that. It's that spot in between. But it's right behind there where people get episiotomies. Now, you may or may not be able to find this as well, but that's a separate little cluster of muscles that could be engaged and released. It's usually a little subtler, harder to find for some people, for many. Which is why we focus on working with the muscles around the vagina for those of us who have them. All right. Now some of you are sitting there possibly going, oh my God, I can't find any of it. And that's okay, because you can find it again. It may not be at this class, but you will find it if you keep drawing your attention. Because if you have any ability to control your urine, you are using those muscles. So try to develop more awareness of how you're holding them in and how you're releasing. And the same with the anus, okay? So now we're going to go one level deeper. We are going to attempt, and at first it's really hard for most people because it is. But with practice, you develop the skill. We want to try to first tense the muscles around the anus and the urethra, but try to leave the muscles around the vagina, those more internal muscles, quiet. So front and back, middle's quiet. After you engage those two, relax them, maybe even bulge them out a bit. Relax. Now let's come to the urethra and the vagina and see if you can contract those. And release. Maybe push out. Now let's see if we can contract the muscles around the anus and the muscles near the vagina at the same time. Gently squeezing, drawing up inside of the body. Relaxing and bearing down. Now in some ways, for people, it's usually easier to find this movement if you have a penis, like for tightening and squeezing it up. That becomes almost easier, and it's more direct. It's more challenging for those of us without. So let's once again come to the muscles around the vagina and the urethra, and try to gently contract and lift up those little pieces of fruit, drawing them inside the body as deep as it can go, and then very slowly allowing those muscles to release, and then gently pressing out through the bottom and release. And the anus and the vagina, leaving the urethra quiet. just going to ask you to spend a moment just exploring these different areas on your own, noticing what might be more easy for you and what's more challenging. My guess will be it will be challenging for most people to leave one part of the body quiet while engaging the others. But with practice, it happens. This particular practice, the anti-Kegels, is probably the main piece that anybody who's having any challenges or just wants to keep their pelvis healthy, this is one of the main pieces to give to people because it's so subtle and differentiates between all these different regions so much. So see what it's like on your own to contract 2 or contract 1. Remember to bulge out in that area if you feel confident doing so today. All right. Let's try one more Kegel. And then just compare it from the work that you just tried to do. I'm hoping that you can see how that subtler practice might be more beneficial. Now if you could come back up into easy resting pose if your legs are resting on a bolster. We're going to do one last practice here before we go into our final relaxation. It's called marching abs. It kind of helps develop some extra strength down here, but it's also a subtle practice. Remember, we're talking about that transverse abdominis engagement before when we did that S breath. That can actually help with this practice. At home, it's best to work with yoga blocks underneath the feet when you begin this practice, because it makes it a little bit easier. So you could use like 2 thick books that are the same size or 2 cans or something. But remember how we found those little pointy bones on the front of our pelvis before? We want to bring our attention to them again and to put our fingers on there, touching them so we can feel what happens. And so you might want to inhale and try that S breath, but what we're going to do, we don't want to brace our whole body down and crunch all the muscles tight to hold our belly, but what we want to try to do is to lift the right foot up and then bring it down, back on the ground, and relax the muscles, and then engage and lift that left foot up and bring it down and switch feet. Now with marching abs, as you do that, you want to try to relax the muscles as much as possible between each lifting of the foot. That lifting of the foot could be huge, but honestly, it probably only needs to be a couple of inches in your bodies, because you're trying to keep that whole pelvis bowl stable and not let those little bones you're pressing on move. We want to keep them stable as much as possible.
And that's why that gentle S breath, inhale, and then if you want to do that little exhale with the S, that will probably help stabilize you more for doing the practice. It can also help to go into a little bit of a flatten in the back of the body sometimes. So just on your own, inhale and maybe try the S breath. First lifting the right foot off the ground a little bit, trying to keep that pelvis stable, bringing it down, completely getting the weight back in the foot and then the left. It's best to keep the movement really small if there's wobbling in the pelvis. Keep doing that a few times. I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about this. I did not carry yoga straps with me from Wisconsin, but you can use a yoga strap or a karate belt or a robe. But around these muscles here, these bones of the pelvis, down low where your fingers are, that little bump that your fingers are on, when you're standing up, you can wrap some type of strap around that area and make it really tight, okay? So that it actually is drawing those bones a little bit towards each other. And you can just wear that around the house, like when you're doing dishes or something. And it, on its own, without doing anything else, it actually helps create some of that strength in the pelvis. And you just wear it until it feels really squirrely, and then you just take it off. So it might be 5 minutes for me some days, it might be half an hour. So think about those bones as you're doing that little marching movement, how that would feel if you had a little strap on helping hold them in place. And that's what that transverse abdominis muscle can kind of do for you with that engagement. It helps hold that in place. Keeps those bones from shifting in the body. Okay, so I would love it if you guys would get as comfy as you can. So you can be on your back, you can be on your side, you can have a blanket over you, a blanket under your head. If you're laying on your side, you might want to roll a blanket up between your knees and use your arm as a pillow. Chances are, though, you're going to get chillier in this practice, so you might want a blanket over top of you. You might even want it over the top of your head to take out a little bit of that light. The goal is to be as comfortable and relaxed as you can be, settling in into your body. The intention of this practice is to stay awake and aware, knowing that if you fall asleep, which many people do, your mind is still listening and it's still learning. I plan on making a really good recording of this for you guys. I might make a short one and a long one so that you can just have this as a recording to listen to later. This is a yoga nidra practice. Yoga nidra is called yogic sleep. When we go into this type of a practice, we are actually going deeply into all the different stages of sleep.
and accessing all the different brain waves. So it's a way of literally reprogramming the brain and changing the brain. But it's also a way of accessing and working in the body and making changes there. So if you're comfortable, so if you're as comfortable as you can be, knowing that the intention is to stay awake and aware. Just let my words be your words as we repeat 3 times to yourself. My pelvis is stable and strong. My pelvis is stable and strong. My pelvis is stable and strong. And then if you would please, just allow your attention to flow to the following body parts as I name them. Crown of the head, forehead and temples, eyebrows, eyes, soft inner sockets, nose, cheeks, and jaw. Mouth and chin. Sides and front and back of neck. Hollow of the throat. Both shoulders. Upper arms. Elbows. Lower arms. Hands, fingers, and fingertips. Chest and rib cage. Heart center. Upper abdomen and solar plexus. Pelvic bowl. Sacrum. Tailbone. Pubic bone. Sit bones. Hip joints, buttocks, and inner thighs. Thighs. Knees. Lower legs. ankles. Feet. Toes and tips of toes. Pelvic floor. Notice the breath again. As the breath breathes the body. Notice the breath moving the diaphragm wide, flowing like a jellyfish opens. Notice the breath moving the pelvic floor with each inhalation and exhalation, expanding with inhalation and releasing with exhalation. And bring your awareness back to your sit bones. And as you breathe, you may notice the natural movement of the sit bones, gently moving apart with the inhalation, and moving together again with the exhalation. Apart and together. And bring your awareness to the pubic bone and the tailbone. And as you breathe, you may notice a subtle movement of the space between the pubic bone and the tailbone. Gently moving apart with the inhalation and moving together again with the exhalation. Apart and together. And then visualize or even feel the pelvic bowl filling up with a warm, healing, nurturing golden light. That warm, golden light. Pelvis is filled with this healing golden energy. Just rest in this energy for a bit, letting it nurture you, heal you, rejuvenate you. Again, letting my words be your words. My pelvis is stable and strong. My pelvis is stable and strong. My pelvis is stable and strong. Witnessing the breath again. Breathing the body. Feeling the movement of breath in the pelvic floor. Whole body expanding and contracting with each breath. And bringing your awareness back into the room. And back into your day. And back into your life. And take a breath for yourself. And take a breath for someone you love. And take a breath of gratitude for the world around you. And then moving the body however it wants. Maybe the fingers and the toes wiggling. Or the hands and feet rotating on the wrists and the ankles. Maybe hugging the knees to the chest and rolling that back out. Might want to stretch nice and long, whatever the body is asking for. And if you're on your back, you might want to roll over onto your right side. Or if you're on your side already, slowly begin pushing yourself back upright into a seated position. Or you can stay there as I talk a little bit about how to use these practices. It's up to you. Okay, so obviously we covered a whole lot of practices which you won't remember in 2 days, which is why you have a replay. If anyone really feels it's beneficial to have the actual work written down, I can do that as well. But you obviously couldn't do this all day, every day. So how do you pick and choose? I would encourage you always to start with the constructive resting pose and that arch and flatten and that mini arch and curl, just because that's good for the body no matter what. And if you get into that constructive resting pose, remember you can rest there for quite a while, and if there's any tension in the lower back, you can actually throw the feet up on a chair so that the feet are on the chair, the knees are coming off, and you're down. But you can lay there just to release some of that tension in the lower back and the back. I would encourage you to break some of these pieces down into little bits for yourself and start noticing what helps and what feels good. So you might want to do an arch and flatten, a mini arch and curl, And then you might want to try doing some of the knee drops and see how that feels. Or you might want to get down on your back and do a couple of arches and flattens and do that pelvic symmetry sequence once a week. And that's your whole practice and you're done, because that one takes a little bit longer to do. You can, at any point in time, when you're sitting here, you can do those gentle contractions and releases, working with the different areas of the pelvic floor, and you don't have to do anything else. It's really great if you have this time in your life to lay on your back and practice it for quite a while. But I found for myself the easiest way to integrate it on a regular basis is if I just do it in my daily life. If you've been sitting for a long time in a car or something, getting out and doing that little backwards walk, you just do that on your own. And that little rocking and pressing for the SI joints in the back is always good. I would just always pay attention to trying to notice the breath every day, trying to breathe nice and wide and full in the body, and try to be aware of that movement in the pelvis. I would at least once a week, but if you have time, 2 or 3 times a week, spend a little time on that tic-tac-toe pelvis or the clock. The clock usually is the heavier load of work, so that might be your focus. That zipper can be done lying down or standing up. Just remember that gentle Kegel engagement to do that. And that again can be done at any time when you're doing anything else. Those little marching abs is a little bit of a strengthening piece, so you can do that whenever you want to, arch and flatten, and then work on that for a little bit of more strength and stability, trying to keep it to not rock. You remember that little S breath where we took the leg long with this and came back up? That's good for stability and strengthening, but that's also good for helping release the psoas in the body too. So those can all be done separately, or you can clump them together into little groups. There's no magic way of doing it. I just take little pieces. When I send you the link for this work, so that you can have a video to practice with, the one thing that I will do is I will add in a few examples of how, if you wanted to do a practice at home, you know what I mean? I like to give you an idea to remind you of how you can clump those and chunk them together for yourself. Or if you have time, you can just hop on and listen to me talk you through them. And so you can just practice with me talking you through one chunk and see how that goes. Bring them into your daily life as much as you can, because that makes it more practical for use. So that would be it. I hope you got some good stuff out of it. This is one of my favorite things to share with people. I know it was a long day. If you have any questions, you can stay and ask me after. If you have any questions in a couple of weeks, let me know. Call me, text me, send me an email, but I don't answer email as much because I kind of hate email. So that might take a little bit longer. But if you call and leave a message, I'll call you right back as soon as I see it when I have a chance. So that's it. You should grab a little sheet on your way out of how to help yourself afterwards, delayed onset muscle soreness, things like that. So self-care. And that's all I've got for you today. If you have any questions, well, I do have one more strengthening piece I could show you, but yeah, there's way more work. I just have to tell you, this is like in my head, like the core pieces that I find super beneficial, but there's so much more that you can do. It's really phenomenal. So that's it. Thanks for being here. Take care of yourselves.
Thank you.
Be gentle in your body tonight. To maybe take a hot bath and relax. Epsom salts.
Hey.
stop the recording.